Greetings, chat. That was a lot of the soundtrack from the Book of Travels. So this is going to be a very kind of unusual stream because I'm just going to be talking about one game probably the whole time. And I really just want to dive right into it because I was originally planning on making a standalone edited video on YouTube to talk about what's happened to this game and my memories behind it and all that, but I was thinking like that's going to be a lot of work. So I'd rather just do a stream and just talk about stuff related to this game as I remember it. And I was Googling around because like just yesterday, technically, they finally announced that the game is officially not dead. It's officially over in the sense that they're just, you know, cutting production of it and the servers are all offline, but it's not as bad as it all sounds. And I'll go into a lot more detail about all this when I get further into the stream, because I'm going to start everything by just pretending like, because I think most people here don't know what this game is. Most people probably never would have ever come across this game. It's a very not very well-known game for how good it was and the potential that it had and all such things, but I don't want the stream to be an angry like how dare they, because it started as a Kickstarter, you know, an MMO Kickstarter, the tale as old as time, where they have really big promises, it gets a load of funding, and it turns out they're not able to meet all the promises, which is, that happened in this case too. It's not quite as egregious as, you know, all these other recent big MMOs that have died, like Ashes of Creation and stuff like that. But what inspired me to say, like, maybe I should just make a little video or do a stream about this is realizing really not many people are talking about this, because it was announced a few months ago that they're going to shut the servers down today. And then today they finally did it, so it's all said and done. And it's just realizing that like the only videos, recent ones that I could find on YouTube were just people who were completely out of the loop. They just found this game like, guys, I just found this weird game on Steam. It's apparently a tiny MMO, and then they go and play it and they're like, what am I supposed to do? Where am I going? Well, I don't get it. Well, there's nothing here. Well, no wonder they stopped making this game. There's nothing here. And then they say game's shit and they move on. There just really is nobody even attempting to give this game justice, to talk about how it was, what it was supposed to be. And I think it's fair to judge games just by going in blind, sitting down, playing it, and judging it for exactly what it is. I know that this happens a lot, and I think that's a valuable opinion, is just if you're completely isolated from the discourse and the community and just play it for what it is. But that's kind of the problem with this game, is that it's really reliant on a sense of community. It's not really one that you would just sit and play by yourself. Well, you would play it by yourself. You might come across some other people, but it's one that you would enjoy most sharing your experiences with others who are also playing the game. It's not something you would just sit in total isolation and play. But I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here. I'm just going to start out the stream by just showing you what the promises were in the beginning back, see when this was uploaded 6 years ago. So here is the announcement trailer for the game. This is where I first heard of it. I don't remember how it got recommended to me. I think it was like in some article or something. So 6 years ago, 2019-ish. This it? Yeah. So here is the first look that most people ever had of this game. Sorry. Okay, start over. It wasn't in 1080. Just absolutely delightful game. And then here's the shorter gameplay trailer they released after early access, and I'll talk about what happened during the initial launch. But this came out a little bit afterwards. Shows more gameplay, quote unquote. And your video card chugs just as much as the train for a lot of this game, unfortunately. So as you can see, oh, there's still more. Oh, it's just... so you can see that this game relied, you can still play it, relies heavily on its art direction and the music. And I honestly love games that do. And actually what I'll do, I'll have this loop silently. Okay, quietly. So, you know, the game relies very heavily on its art direction, and from what I remember, all of it is hand-painted. I remember seeing some of the early developer diary kinds of things where the artist is actually like watercolor painting all of this stuff, and then things are scanned in, and the whole world is just made up of layers upon layers upon layers. As you like go back and forward in different depths, you can see as different layers fade in and out and things like that. And the music is all live performed. There's also videos of like the musician behind all this performing, using all these instruments, talking about like what specific instruments in history that like he chose that he wanted to incorporate into the soundtrack, and it's just a beautiful soundtrack, as you can tell. And while this repeats, let me read what the official Steam definition of this, or not definition, but the official, like, how they describe the game, and then what I think I should do that would help you see where I'm coming from is I left a review after playing this game for 45 hours during its initial launch that really encapsulates how I felt about it, and how like I was kind of fighting the public reception of the game and such at the same time. So I don't know if they've changed anything on the Steam store. I know you can't see the store, but if they've changed anything since initial early access launch or whatever, but it says, ready your pack, grab your walking stick, and step into a world of mystery. Craft your character and immerse yourself in the enchanted lands of Braided Shore, which is now sitting at mixed reviews because people are very upset about them dropping support for it and never fulfilling a large portion of their promises, which sucks, but I'll talk more about that in a bit. But it says, Book of Travels is a serene RPG adventure that sets you adrift in a fairy tale world without the restraints of linear missions and plot lines. It was often a very big point of discussion in the Book of Travels is the fact that it is really non-linear and is so hands-off that I think at least half of all people that played never ever understood it, never got it, and figured out how to play, and that scared them off. But the people who did get it and it appealed to them really, really had a good time. And I think some of my favorite games ever made tend to be these really divisive games like this. And it says, Book of Travels is all about the journey, not the destination. Explore the wilds and visit the cities of the Braided Shore Peninsula. Wander deep into the layers of this hand-drawn world. Stumble upon its hidden places, unravel its many mysteries. There's no overarching goal, no real beginning or end. So that's another point that would annoy a lot of people. What am I supposed to do? Where do I go? How do I win? Where's the boss fights? I mean, I know not everyone playing it is looking for our traditional RPG kind of thing, but I definitely, so many people were deterred by this game initially. Take note, this game is for wayfinders and wanderers, and your route is not predestined. Instead, it will be up to you to play in your own style and shape your own journey. Whichever way you choose to travel, you will soon be adding your own chapters to the Book of Travels. It says, pick one of 12 different forms, which are like classes. And I will be going in and playing the game in its current state, and I'll go through just like the different classes and things. Narrative that won't hold your hand. Your travels will present you with randomly occurring events, making your story unique and each session different from the last. Peel back the layers of diverse plot lines to discover a deep fairy tale world. Yeah, the world is a hand-painted diorama. Experience a unique game view perspective painted in a richly detailed art style. Click to walk like old school RPGs, but in scenes with three-dimensional depth. It's supposed to look like an illustrated storybook that has come to life, kind of thing. Okay, so I'm gonna go and read my review of it. I'll show this. Wait. Can I actually capture this? Oh, I can. Interesting. Okay, here I'll play. Here's some. All the music I'm going to be playing today is just all from this game's soundtrack. It's just all so good. Too loud. Yeah, I'm trying to find the right song. Okay. So I put a total of 186 hours into this game, and the majority of all of my time playing this was right after early access launch and like the year following that. So there's a big gap of where I missed a lot of the content or whatever happened in the game. But from like now going back to like 2022 or something, I didn't have much involvement. So there's a lot of stuff I'm missing. So like if anyone's watching the recording of this stream or you're watching right now or anything like that, I'd love to hear your own stories, especially about things that happened like later on that I probably missed. Or if you're a developer of this game, I would love to hear your take on any of this in the comments or wherever anyone ends up seeing this video. So I actually have more than 186 hours, probably more like 200, because the initial version that they released was not on Steam, so you just had to play it as like an exe file, I think. Or no, it was on Steam, but it was a whole separate build, and that was like tracked differently than the main Steam page, so I actually have more than that. But at my 45-hour mark, in October 15th, 2021, here was my review, how I was feeling about it at the time. I'm nearing 46 hours in this game, and I just can't put it down. It took me a full day of playing to finally get it, and I hope others who are... Sorry. Yes. I'm usually not wearing headphones. I'm not used to mixing audio for headphones. Everything's so much louder, because I was watching my last VOD and it was like really loud at parts. I didn't realize it. Okay, sorry. Anyway. I'm nearing 46 hours in this game and I just can't put it down. It took me a full day of playing to finally get it. And I hope others interested in playing give it a fair chance, because it'll be a slow start, but one that's worth the effort. Let me explain what I think makes Book of Travels so good. There's already plenty of reviews detailing how beautiful the game looks and sounds, so I can't add much more to that. You can take a screenshot at any moment in the game and it would look beautiful, framed and hung on your wall. Very careful attention to detail with the audio design, such as subtle shifts in the music and natural ambience with the rain, wind, thunder, chatter of people talking in the city. It's just so relaxing. The gameplay is all about discovery, and they really mean that. The character creation will be using terms you've probably never heard used in an RPG before, and the moment you enter the world, you have no idea where to go or what to do. It's an intimidating first impression. There is no quest log or quest markers telling you where to go or what to do. You'll find yourself writing things down, taking screenshots, or better yet, asking other players for help. This is a word of mouth kind of game. And I still very much believe that. And wandering around aimlessly is a key part of the gameplay by design. The servers are synced to real time, so as you retrace familiar paths, you'll come across new NPC encounters, different hidden item pickups, mystical events, and they'll be synced across all servers in your region. For example, every Tuesday night, there's a night market that happens in a dangerous, spooky, wooded area. The devs are able to add new events and encounters without patching the game, so chances are high that you may run into something nobody else has experienced. There is a great level of detail put into the world building, and helping put together the game's fan wiki, it's a whole other story. And my notes are already several pages long, keeping track of all the various cultures, politics, history, supernatural entities. There's so much depth behind the story for those that choose to look into it. That's a big point. The devs have extensive blog posts about their design process and plans for the game as well. The last thing I'll mention is how much better of an experience you'll have if you interact with other players. Playing this game entirely solo will be a daunting task, and you'll probably lose interest pretty fast. No, I'm not pulling out the game is only fun with friends card here. Anyone from the community will make your experience so much better, even if it's a Twitch streamer or some random person in chat, because the game was designed to be a word-of-mouth type of discovery game. Each day that I play, something new is found, something new is reported on the official Discord, and it becomes the buzz of the day, and everyone jumps on to investigate. Joining their Discord will vastly improve your experience, because this early on in its life, there is so little known, and we need as many people out investigating as possible. Note, I do need to point out that the game shows clear signs of early access. There is a fair share of technical problems we have to deal with, but all of them have workarounds that are documented in the Discord, so they won't ruin the experience for you. They're just annoying. And our top priority for the devs right now. The servers are overflowing with players, and they're trying to manage the unexpectedly large demand. So this is very much something that happened was as soon as, okay, the game started as Kickstarter. I don't remember exactly how much money they raised or what exactly all their promises were and things like that. But there was a lot of people looking at this game. And, just as you guys saw the trailer, you're like, oh, this looks beautiful. This looks like a really fresh new take on MMOs. And it's, barely an MMO. It's just more of lots of really small servers that all have synchronized times, and you can jump between servers, and each server has a maximum, I think, of 7 people that could potentially show up anytime, anywhere. And it became pretty regular practices for you to jump into one little server, wander around, see if you're running any people, see if anything's different, jump into another server. Because even though the servers of the same region were all synchronized with time, it would different random events and locations of NPCs and things would all kind of shuffle per server. So it was a normal thing to keep jumping server to server to server, which the game never explains that to you. So it's like, will be like one among many things that you talk about in this game where none of this was explained to you. So if you're just jumping in for the first time playing this game, you just think you don't get it, or it's not there, because the game just doesn't show you anything, or it doesn't guide you towards anything, or barely does. And and I really mean it in my review here, where I was talking about how important it is that you play at least in communication with someone else who is playing the game, whether it's just a random person on Discord. It doesn't, like, some of my best moments were with people that I didn't know, honestly. It was just strangers on the Discord, and we all got together. And like I said in the review, some of the most magical moments, and I love these moments in games as a whole, like when I'm doing like Easter egg hunting in GTA or anything like that, when it's a game that's so focused on discovery, where you're wandering, and then suddenly there's an NPC that you've never seen before, and you report this on the Discord, and people are like, I've never seen this before either. What is it? What server are you on? What are you doing? And then suddenly people start showing up, and you all get together, and you wander around, and you investigate, and people are taking screenshots and videos, and people are updating the wiki. It's like a game that's so much about discovering and documenting, and it was so unconventional in that way, where it was just all these like subtle things. Like the things we're finding aren't like massive game-changing, you know, big elaborate events. So it was always just like subtle changes in the world. And the whole gameplay is designed to be about wandering and just going place to place, and really long distance wandering. And then you'd come across different NPCs, and then you might come across other real players. And that was another thing too, is that even when you come across other players, there is no text chat, there's no voice chat. The only way to communicate with people was to like flash different like emote portraits above your head. And there's like 30 of them or something that have like different gestures and things. And that usually would work out well. Like there were some aspects of the game that you could only get access to with other people, because your character has different types of skills depending on the equipment that you're wearing. Some are like naturally better at strength-oriented things, or like spirituality-oriented things, or like dexterity, or I can't remember exactly what they all were. But so you'd come across different people, and it'd be like, okay, there's this really huge, heavy stone door, and unless your dude is like mega buff, you probably won't be able to open this big door by yourself. So you'll come across another person, and then your combined strength stats would join together to go work together to open this door. Or sometimes you'd find a shrine somewhere, and the shrine is asking a really high level amount of like spiritual strength or something. It's like you sit down at the shrine and nothing happens, but then you get 4 of you together, and your combined collective spiritual strength summons like a big ghost, and then suddenly you all turn into like ghost dogs, and you run around to figure out, what am I going to do as a ghost dog? Or just all little things like that. And then like the way that you trade equipment and things like that was that there's no currency in the game. There's no gold. Everything is about what the individual values, NPCs or players for that matter, but mostly NPCs. So anytime you would trade with someone, it brings up a big scale, like an old-fashioned scale, where it would be like, you know, the point in the middle, and then like the 2 baskets on the side. And everyone has their own things that they like. Like one of the most common trade items ended up being these just items made of glass. I remember there was a race of people called the Selka, which are like these little gnome-like folks that produce valuable glass items, but they're really rare to find these people, and you try to like barter your way into convincing them to give you some kind of prized glass item. And then once you have this glass item, like that is really valuable to most people. So I remember going into like different night markets, and I would just use this item, be like, so you drop this one item into the weight, and it has like the weight goes all the way down, saying like that your thing is perceived as a much higher value than anything that they're offering. And then you'd say like, okay, what about like this, and this? And then they would put those items in there, and it would start to tip more that way. And the only way you can make a purchase is if the scale is perfectly even, meaning that both of you perceive this transaction to be of equal value, or that you're giving them a better deal. And depending on your conversational skills, you could sometimes get away with an imbalanced trade where they would be, what they're offering isn't, wait, they don't think your thing is as valuable as you think it is, but they'll still do the trade because they like you. And I decided it was such an innovative way to do trade, because instead of just carrying around coins everywhere and everyone's like, oh, this wolf pelt is 5 gold, yeah, whatever, that whole thing, it made it so unpredictable where it's like, okay, I'm going to travel to some faraway village, people that never see clothing that is dyed purple or dyed blue or something. And then suddenly, like, blue dyed clothing is really valuable to these people. And you could buy anything. You could buy like tons of food and all of this stuff because you figured out that these people really value this one thing. And that was all part of the word of mouth. Like, people didn't know about the Selka glass item traders for a really long time because we didn't realize how valuable glass was. So then once word got out that glass is generally much more valuable of a thing, that everyone just started hoarding glass. And so that was like the really interesting trade dynamics. And it was also exploited a lot. Like, I remember there's some crazy bugs early on where people figured out that I feel like every RPG, or especially MMOs, have to patch this out at some point, where people learned that there was an item that was ever so slightly sold at a different value than it was bought. So I'm kind of guilty. I did exploit this a little bit, but you would trade this item and you would get something from this person, but then you would sell that item back to the person and you get more value out of it. So you just keep cycling these items back and forth, and you'd be making more. Because the things that they would give you are a lot of really small value items. Like, they had like 100 of these little like tied knots or something. They'd have a lot of them. So you'd give one item and then you would get 10, but then you would sell them the 10 back, and then they would offer you like 11. So then you'd get 1, and then you just keep like, it was something like that. But anyway, you just like get unlimited money basically. So people ended up buying some of the really early end game items by exploiting this. But I mean, this is kind of funny. I think like what else I could say about it, and that was another thing. I don't know if I dare risk my whole stream crashing by opening up the wiki that I helped put together, because it is hosted on fandom.com. And so I like the game so much, and I was realizing that this game is so focused on documentation that inevitably a wiki was going to happen. And there was a lot of debate about people saying like, no, a wiki defeats the purpose. This game is about discovery. Let people discover things for themselves. A wiki spoils everything. A wiki is just... And while I agree, my argument is that it's inevitably going to happen. We, as the early adopters who genuinely love this game, we should take it into our own hands to make sure it gets off on the right foot, because the game has so many intricate levels of analysis of items and NPCs and all of this stuff that you need to set the initial templates right so that it doesn't become a complete clusterfuck later on. So I spent like an entire week learning how to make wiki templates using, I think it's fandom.com, but it was using like MediaWiki. So I had to learn how to make wiki templates and how to do all it. Like, this was a completely new thing to me. And I actually have it on my resume as one of the back burner resume items, because I put so much time into this wiki. But at the time, fandom.com wasn't that bad. But when I revisited Fandom Wiki in modern times, it's so bad that it like nearly crashes my computer just loading it. Even with ad block, it still manages to just like hold my computer hostage with just the amount of ads. Oh boy, okay. This is a very risky click. I have ad block. I'll show you guys if it loads. Oh God. Oh God. It's requesting that I allow ads. No. Oh my God, it's like it's reloading itself over and over again and telling me to turn off my ad blocker. Could fandom.com get any worse? Now it's just like flashing on and off like you guys can see. Wow, I can't even look at my own creation because it's requiring me to turn ad block off. Oh my God. Okay, well, I guess I'm not going to show that, but anyways, really comprehensive wiki, and there was so much debate going on because I felt very true with how I wanted certain things to be organized, and me and this one other person, we worked side by side a lot for the development of all of this. I was doing the more technical stuff, and she was doing more of the like collecting of like screenshots and getting all the images together and formatted and everything. And I was like proposing to the whole wiki page or the thread that was on the Discord saying like we should have a template for this and a template for this and this and this and this. But there was a couple other people that just became so insufferable to talk to because it's like you don't want to argue with people because we're all fans of the game. We all want to see this game do well. And we had so many debates about how to organize things. Like I was looking at Minecraft wikis, looking at Terraria wikis, whatever, and games that have a lot of items. And I was just doing so much research into it. And then like people would come in and be like, no, we shouldn't have this. We shouldn't have this. And I was trying to make the wiki look like the how the game formats things, that very particular thing that looked like a scroll and had text at the bottom and an image at the top. So I made it so that the templates all look that way. But anyway, so that wiki was used for like 4 years, I think, and I stopped contributing a lot to it because there's a lot of reasons. But others kept making more articles, and I ended up with like 4,000 something articles made on this wiki. What I can do is that they eventually decided to change to a different wiki service. So maybe I can show you guys this one that isn't going to assault my computer. I guess wiki.gg. Okay, so I'll show you guys this. Hello, Hexagon, welcome. I've never even heard of wiki.gg before. Hello, is this going to show? Why is this not showing? Man. Here, let me try this. That's Steam. Hmm. Okay. Oh, I wonder if I go back. Sorry, noise. Go back to here. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. So this is going to be a little deceptive because this is the new wiki that they made, and they transferred a lot of my like templates and design over to this one. So this is pretty close to how it looked. So like going into equipment and having all these like icons and things. Let's see. I pushed so hard to have this on the side to be laid out like this, because these are like the different properties of each item, and I was trying to imitate the way that it looked. So yeah, this isn't exactly the one I was working on, but this is what it eventually would become. Wonder if they actually have, because I had a whole section about the lore, and I was so invested in the lore for a while that I was like keeping track of just intricate concepts. Wonder if this is some of my writing in the originally started, because the game has a whole like back history about the different oh my, okay, yeah, this has been greatly expanded on, all the dynasties and all the individual people, and they actually are like citing their sources. Okay, yeah, eventually like wiki contributors are like some of the most underappreciated like heroes of the internet, because after we set things in place, people just kept adding to it and just made it this gigantic like 5,000 article big thing, and it's just like heartwarming when you can contribute in that way. And in, because I was there playing this from the very beginning, when people didn't have any idea how anything worked, didn't know anything about anything. So we were all experiencing it at the same time. So I never looked at a wiki to learn how to do anything, because we were the ones that were writing this all to begin with. We were experiencing everything for the first time. And I think it's like one of my most treasured things in the world is being able to be with a game at launch where you can play it with everyone else and you're all learning it at the same time, experiencing it for the first time at the same time, and sharing all of your experiences in that way. I have an ad that's about to play, and I think what I'm going to do is I have a recording of my stream from 4 years ago. This was actually a 12-hour stream. This is part one because the VOD got split up because my internet got cut out. So this is me playing it 4 years ago. So I'm going to skip around in parts of it, but I'll play the ad and we come back, I'll do this. The funny thing is just that I was... actually, I'll just do the ad and then I'll get into that because I'll probably have a lot to say about that. So sorry about the ad, and if you don't want the ads, you can go to my YouTube restream, and I'm going to be playing more of this game's music during the 3-minute ad. But I always break the content during ads so that people aren't missing out on anything. All right, I have a whole lot more to say and the more to show about this game, and eventually I'm going to actually play its current form after we've talked about all the glory days and all the fun that we had playing it back then. So I'll be back in 3 minutes. Sorry about the ad. Okay. We're back. So it's going to scrub through some of my first ever stream of this game. And what I was going to say before the break is that my future plan for this game was that I was going to do a 12-hour stream of just this game when they released the next big chapter of the game. Because this is kind of getting into like what happened to the game is that after the initial early access launch, that the servers were so overloaded that most people couldn't play, and they had a whole lot of downtime. No one could get into any servers, and then people that could get in the servers were kicked out, and it was like this whole thing that went on for like a full day. And then they took everything down for like another day. I can't remember exactly how it went, but people are upset about it. I mean, this happens, it seems, with any multiplayer game at launch, is just, things just don't work. But eventually things would recover and they'd start to stabilize a bit more. And so then over time, I remember we're all still having fun, we're all still discovering things, and the updates to the game, there was so much space between it. Like with the initial Kickstarter, they had this giant roadmap where like we're going to add all these new regions. There's going to be like 6 different major phases to the development, and going to be whole new cities with different storylines. And throughout early access and everything, we're calling it they were calling it the like the preamble or something. Like what's the wording it used? Called it the, not preamble, what is the word? Come on, Steam. Oh, the prologue. And as it would turn out, we would only ever get the prologue. So only maybe like 10-15% of the content, maybe I guess like 20% of it, that we'd only ever experience. And it was still a pretty substantial amount of things, but given a game that's very much about discovery and is very slow paced and all of that, that the need for more things to look into and discover is pretty important. Because if you want people to feel like the world is big and you're discovering more things, you're going to need more things to do. And now I don't know anything about the actual behind the scenes of how the studio, if anything was going wrong or what, but it feels like it's an extremely artist-driven game overall, and studio. Like this dev's previous games were all really small, art-focused, just kind of comfortable, simple little experiences. They made a game called Shelter. I think they made a Shelter 2, like where you play as a mother bear and cubs or something, and you try to like migrate, just very simple, charming little games. And then they announced this on Kickstarter, and they've never made a multiplayer game before. They've never done an MMO before. They've never done anything even close to what they're trying to do with Book of Travel. So that was kind of a bad sign, but people enjoyed enough of what they were playing that people are looking forward to that. But I feel like what ended up happening is just like they were probably just running out of money so quickly, because like the game doesn't have mainstream appeal, and they probably had a really big, highly paid team. I mean, if you worked on this game, comment in the video and I'm just guessing here, but it feels like that they probably ran out of money, and there was so much time between updates, and we were only getting little technical things, that they were spending all of this like early access period just trying to get servers to be stable and the structure of everything to be how they wanted it to be, that we just wouldn't get new content, new things to do. And then years would go by and there's only like little new, like one small area added, and people are just starting to lose interest. And it just kept going on and on like that until they were like holding back and saying like, well, we're going to have to change our roadmap a bit. And then years go by, and then they eventually had to lay off a huge part of their team. I don't think they ever officially said why they had to, but guessing it was probably because they're just running out of money, because the game isn't making money and they're not progressing it along fast enough. And then fast forward to a few months ago, they finally announced that they are just going to have to shut the servers down, and that the team has, like, almost all of the team no longer works at the company, and the studio just pivoted to focus on more mobile games, just like really simple little things like their original work, going back to what they're good at, and just had to put this project on hold forever. And then just yesterday or today, as of streaming this, is when the servers are actually offline, so you can't actually play with any other people anymore. But, and this is where I'm willing to, not willing, but I feel good that they're doing this, is that instead of just being, see you guys, and running away, this dev actually said, we're going to do one last patch for the game that makes it so you can play by yourself. You don't need servers anymore. It's not going to be a dead game. And they adjusted the gameplay so that you no longer need other players to do things. Like, you don't need to cooperate with anyone else, so you can just play the whole game alone, even though there's no way to beat the game or anything. So you're missing a big component of it. It doesn't feel as magical anymore and everything, but at least they went through the extra effort to ensure you can still play the game without an internet connection, without all of that stuff. Because, like, we live in a time of, stop killing games, where we're seeing multiplayer games that are just cut off and become unplayable. You spend your money on it and the devs just pull the plug, and then all of a sudden you're just like, oh, can't play this game you paid for anymore. I know, like, Destiny was getting in a lot of trouble for that, where they actually couldn't bring back some of the old content, where they actually just completely got rid of old content, couldn't even bring it back if you wanted to. But these devs actually, they said they brought back some of the people who were laid off to have them do one last patch for the game so that you can still play it. And they rebalanced the game so you don't need other players to continue anymore. And they also added a couple more areas that were in development that they just, like, put into the game just because, well, might as well just put what we had done in there so that you can check it out. And then they released all the music freely available, like, on YouTube, and they released a really big PDF of all of, like, a giant lore document. Like, as we were all kind of developing our own explanation for the lore as we were going on, because you're like, okay, like, we read about this and this person said this and their views on the world, so we're all doing all this, and this is like the only time we had a giant, just comprehensive lore drop from the devs themselves. They're just kind of like giving us everything that they had left so that we could all have some closure of sorts. And what else was there? You can still go to the company's Discord. There's still some people left there. Mostly people just reminiscing about it. There's a lot of angry people, which I get. If you spent a lot of money on the Kickstarter and then you only got like 20% of the game, I get why you'd be angry about that, but it's just kind of, I don't know. Oh, and the game is $5 right now. I think originally it was like 30 or 40, but now it's just $5. So if you ever had any interest in playing, but just keep in mind, it's 40 at launch, yeah. Yeah, so if any of this appeals to you, you can still pay $5 and experience most of it. There was something else I was going to say before I show some of my old VODs of playing this. Because I made I'll show some of these other videos too, but I also made a bunch of videos explaining parts of the game. Well, it'll come to mind. I'll just play through some of this stuff. So we're gonna hear Past Mono. Fortitude, but their inherent spirituality makes them able to master the language of magic. Different microphone quality. Certain winds are good at certain things. Born in a northern wind, you receive a buff on skill checks related to the northern wind with its cerebral, calm, and mindful qualities. So this was like as you're making your character. They actually did an overhaul to this whole character
love
thing.
Of home and nature manifests
but it doesn't look like this
spirituality
anymore.
That makes profound connections with all things living, more or less valuable.
And
These are the controls here.
this is back when I streamed in 720, and this game really needs all. This game really needs all the resolution it can get. So.
Good left click, right click.
The game is definitely really wordy with stuff. I'll give them that. Won't even try to hide that. And I'm not a fan of words upon words upon words in video games, unless it's like I'm reading a story. But if it's just like
stamina meter, top left.
I'm gonna give you 4 paragraphs of text to describe where you can click your mouse.
The result of the group.
Sadly, I didn't realize that before they shut the server down, they allowed you to download your character so that you could use them offline, but now it's too late. So I lost my character in all of 180 hours of items and stuff, which isn't that big of a deal. Like I don't remember what my character even was doing or anything, so I don't feel like I'm missing anything because I don't even remember what my character was. This is the same character though that I had. I only ever had one. So yeah, this is like when you run into other players, they show up as unknown travelers.
Charmful, vigilant, and stickler. Interesting.
That's right, I forgot you had like different qualities. Oh yeah, I'm like hiding behind the fence or whatever of the HUD in the corner. Remember when I was streaming this, people were all...
Sounds like another place to die.
People were all playing with me on stream. It was really fun. And, important thing to know, I think I've mentioned already, is the game is tied to real time. And that was always a big complaint. And it's always a often debated thing. Games that are tied to your real time, where it's like, that's a really charming thing, where it's like, they're like, oh, that's cool, you know, I'll get a different experience depending on when I play it. But then like the older you get, it's like, well, I can only play between 9 p.m. and midnight, so I'm only ever going to experience nighttime in this game. So then it's just like, it never really is as cool as it sounds initially. Like for this game, I did have some fun where I was like, I'd get up really early in real life so I could try to catch a rare event and all that. But that charm wears off pretty quickly. After you realize it's becoming a pain to do this stuff. But one remedy to this that I think this game helped make it not as annoying is that anyone could join any region's servers. And they had North America servers, European servers, and Australian servers, I think. So if you wanted, you could go play in like the Australian server and it would be the opposite time of day. And your characters come with you between servers. So I think that's one way that they indirectly address this issue, is that you could just take your character to a different time zone server and experience those events. So I'd rather a game approaches it like that rather than being like, well, there's a time travel mechanic and you bring up a clock and then you turn the time that you want. This way, at least it's still bound to real life time, but you're not constrained to only your specific real life time. But this is how a lot of these videos go. When you watch people play this game, how it deters so many people, because it's like, when you don't know what to expect, don't know how to play, it's very boring when you first start and you don't find anything and you just think there's nothing to be found. And then you quit. Which I think that is, a game design issue. I don't think it's like, well, if you just don't get it, don't play it. I just think, it is a problem. And they tried to address it by encouraging people to join the Discord and talking to others about it. I mean, the wiki was there to help you get started and things like that. And you would talk to different people and you could, in the game, like NPCs that would give you instructions about things going on.
Bricks of the messenger. Fish.
Okay, so rewatching my streams aren't all that interesting. I mean, I did do a part 2, which is just a lot more of the same. But where this became really special for me is that I was one of the very few people who was making videos about how to play this game and how to get enjoyable encounters. Because I was just getting so frustrated with seeing all the people say, there's nothing in this game. So I started making these videos, and I'm pretty proud of how these turned out, and I got a lot of praise for these. Like, I got thousands of views, which is rare for any videos of mine these days. So here's an example of one of my favorite events in the video that I made for it. My audio is probably gonna suck.
It's been about a week, and I've spent a great deal of time playing Book of Travels, and I know way more about the game now than I did a few days back, so if you have any questions about it, I'm happy to answer them in the comments. The game's story is so much more intelligently written and complex than I ever expected it to be, and I've been spending a lot of time on the official Discord discussing lore with others and helping put together a fan wiki for all of this. One of my favorite story aspects are the elements of mysticism and cult activity and how those organizations are treated by the rest of the world. So for this video, I'll be walking through what is easily the most popular of the events currently in the game, called the Night Market. Which can be found on the western border of the Charwoods Forest, which is located southwest of the crossings. If you don't already know, the game uses real-world time and days of the week, so to catch the night market you need to wait until around 8 p.m. on Tuesday for the various prowlers of the night to gather here and sell you some illegal goods. The market goes all night until I think around 6 in the morning, so it's pretty hard to miss as long as you're playing sometime at night. If it doesn't appear right away, you can always swap to other servers in your region until you find one in action. Swapping servers in general is an important part of getting the most out of events, because what NPCs show up and what items are being sold is a little different for every server. The biggest bit of advice I can give you about this event is, before you even head out to Charwoods, stock up on glass items, specifically ones sold by the Selka glass vendor, who is always present at one of the 3 major cities at any given time, day or night, with those cities being Crossings, Meyer, and the Bat Saha Island. The reason you want to bring a lot of glass is because of how trading works in this game. There is no currency, so instead everything must be traded, and different vendors value different types of items, and it just so happens to be that the night market vendors really love glass, so you'll get a lot more for less. Most of the regular items here are decent, but what you really want to look out for is the Foreign Merchant's Glass Ring. It's one of the only items in the game that gives you a trade multiplier, meaning regardless of who you're trading with, you become more persuasive, improving the perceived quality of your offers, and you can wear 2 of these at the same time, making it even more effective. Some of the other exceptionally good items you may find here include the Assassin's Poison Armor and Assassin's Painted Trick Sword. Both of these items have great stats, but what makes them really stand out is the +1 reflected damage, which makes fighting groups of enemies at one time actually doable. The sword is especially expensive, so be sure to stack up on your trade multiplier and stock up on glass items. Since you're already in Charwoods, it's worth paying a visit to the powerful mystic, otherwise known as Resna Rosespring, if you haven't already. And she's practically next door to the event plaza, off to the southeast of the area. Resna is likely the most unusual merchant in the game right now. She sells what can be seen as end-game level equipment in terms of early access version of the game. What makes her weird is that she is extremely picky about trades and will only accept items that are, quote, powered by human emotion, which correlates to something called a Knot of Thankful Wishes. These are items you can gain from completing quests, the most significant being the Master Iron Cog quest in Mire, which gives you 20 knots per turn-in, and the Ketum Crux quest in Crossings, which gives you 5 per crux. As you can see here, you will need a lot of these knots to buy even a single item. By default, she values them at 10 apiece, but with enough stacking of trade modifiers, you get them up to around 15 apiece, and possibly even slightly higher, which really adds up quick when we're talking stacks of 99 at a time. But don't worry, there are better items out there, so don't overly concern yourself with trying to get everything you see here. This concludes our little adventure into the Charwoods Forest. I'm highly enjoying Book of Travel so far, and I recommend joining the Might and Delight Discord if you want to get the full discovery experience when playing this game, because there's already so much here, even in early access, that you'd never be able to find everything alone. I mean, the game is designed to be a word-of-mouth experience where you share what you find with others, which gets them excited to seek it out for themselves. Thank you for joining me on this little adventure. I'll see you next time.
So I was pretty proud of this little video, and I went on to make 2 more of these. Because people were enjoying them a lot, and I had fun making them, because I feel like I wanted to explain the game in a way that feels like presented in a way that fits the atmosphere of the game, using like ambient sound and the game's music, and being kind of more low key. I mean, I tend to be more, you know, sort of like, what's up gamers, here's the Book of Travels step-by-step min-max build. You know, it's just like, it's a relaxed game. We're going to talk about how the world and what's nice about things, and just be a little immersed in the world. And so the next thing was, where was it? The Crossings Market. So here's the next one I made. We're just gonna watch monotonous videos on this stream. I'm stealing this guy's content. Also, it is weird that like actually hear the audio difference, like a completely different microphone at the time. And honestly, it is making me a little teary-eyed watching a lot of these old videos, because it's like, sure, the game is great and everything and I had fun, but like you have all these associations with what was going on in your life at the time when you were doing certain things. Like, you know, if you ever hear a song randomly and you're just like, oh my God, and you just get like a flood of emotions flowing through you because like this song was playing during a really sad moment in your life or during a certain thing, and it just like triggers all these other memories. So like I'm remembering what I was doing in real life while I was coming back home and playing this game and being so immersed in it. So it's like it's making me feel really sentimental looking back at these videos too. But yeah.
Greetings, travelers. Due to the positive reception of my previous video regarding the Charwoods Night Market in Resna Rose Spring, I felt inspired to release another video, this time regarding the Crossings Market and the Eye of the Taker's Curse. The Crossings Market is very easy to attend because it happens during both the day and night of Fridays and Saturdays. Simply show up to Crossings during these times and head east down this path near the tea house. If the market event is active, you'll see all kinds of people standing along this path, and your frame rate will rapidly drop. If the event is not active, you'll still see all these crates and stalls, but no people will be around. Just like the other market, the point here is to find unique items and skills that you can't find anywhere else. There are a lot of merchants here, but most of the valuable ones to check out are the Merchants Union Trader on the western side, the odd goods merchant that may be wandering along this path, and the retired adventurer, who also wanders around this area. The rest mostly sell flowers and ingredients that don't currently have a use other than just world building. Here are a few of the best items I was able to find at this event. First and foremost is the Dense Banded Armor. This is honestly one of the top tier sets of bodywear in the game right now as far as I'm aware. Not only does it provide a physicality point for ward, but it has no burden. Nearly all other armor sets have some kind of burden, but this one doesn't. Next is the Modern Alloy Arm Cover. 4 ward on something other than chest pieces is pretty much unheard of, so if you're looking to be tanky, this is your best option in the game currently. And here we have the Cinnabar Cube Hanger Necklace. 1 force and 2 ward, 1 physicality, and no negative effects, so it's pretty good. Here's a Woots-tipped hand staff offhand item. It's rare to see an offhand item add force, and extra speed is always great, and there's no negatives. Veil of the Mystic's Pupil, plus 1 spirituality and 2 speed. It's alright, but it's very cheap. You could buy this just like with a fish or something. There's a lot of other mediocre stuff here, but I also wanted to point out this. Backpack of Foreign Signature. This is normally sold by Resna from my previous video, meaning you have to fork out a huge amount of thankful knots to get this, whereas here you can just use regular trading conventions to get it. Bag size and pockets are all pretty great. 1 spirituality, which is actually really rare to find in a backpack, but I'm not really a fan of the 2 burden. Now, if you return here at night and go to the far eastern end of the road, you'll see the One-Eyed Merchant. I have something special to offer you, but it comes at a cost. This is the Eye of the Taker ring. There's a whole bunch of lore behind this ring that you can read here if you want, but be sure to read the fine print at the bottom. The ring puts a curse on anyone claiming it without giving its previous owner anything in return. And you also see that this ring gives +1 to all 4 talents, and 1 to force, ward, and speed, so it's pretty good. And take note that it's listed as having exceptional quality, so that means the developers also think this is a pretty good ring. And this ring is really cheap. Deceptively cheap. As you might have guessed, when you buy it, you'll be permanently cursed. This curse applies 10 burden to you at all times, making you move and fight much slower. However, there is a way to remove the curse. So what you want to do is collect all the items needed to remove the curse before you buy this ring, so you aren't slowed down trying to gather all of the parts. The way that you learn about how to remove this curse is to speak to our powerful mystic friend, Resna. She tells you that you need a curse stone, a willow nut, a wolf's tooth, and a pinch of shade resin. The willow nut is by far the easiest one to obtain. Just go to Kuro Orchard, dig around in the grass near the river, and you'll find a lot of willow nuts scattered around. The shade resin is still pretty easy to get as long as you have enough ward to take a little beating. Shades can be found all over Braided Shore, day or night. You'll hear rattling chains when you get near them, and they glow in the dark. I suggest searching Charwood's Forest, the Burnings, or Little Slip for little gatherings of them. The wolf's tooth is a bit more difficult because it's rare to find a wolf by itself, so you'll most likely want to fight Sister Grina and her wolf sisters. She's a fairly common spawn day or night in places like Westwind Shores and Little Slip. Apparently at one point the game allowed you to barter with a wolf and they would offer you a tooth in return. I'm not sure if this is still possible, and I've personally never been able to achieve this, but still might want to keep an eye out for wolves or maybe dogs that are willing to trade with you if you don't feel like fighting Sister Grina. The final and by far the most difficult part is the Cursed Stone. It's a rare drop on a rare encounter with a hyper-aggressive spirit called a Maisu. They're loud, oftentimes invisible, can do 10 or more damage per hit, and strike very fast. From my experience, you'll want to stack up your force and speed so that you can take them out before they even get a chance to touch you. You can find them during the day, but they seem to be more common in places like Charwood's Forest and the Jade Urn at night. You'll want to check around the area of the Moonwell, especially in the Jade Urn. Once you have all 4 of these items, you'll take them all over to Resna, along with the cursed ring, and she'll remove the curse. It's technically possible to get 2 of these rings, and I'm pretty sure you have to get the curse removed again for the second one, but it might be worth it depending on what you plan on doing with your character. So I hope you managed to find time to stop by the Crossings Market and potentially get cursed by a cheap ring. But at least you'll know how to remove that curse now. I've been very closely following all of the updates and new discoveries found by the community day after day. So as new interesting things are found, I may go ahead and make a new video about it in the near future. So if you've been enjoying some quick in-depth looks at stuff going on in Book of Travels, be sure to check back on my channel here. Thank you for joining me on yet another adventure. I'll see you next time.
Oh man, these videos were so fun to make. What I never finished saying what I was about to say before is that my original intent was that when they released the big, like, phase 2 update that was going to add the biggest city they've had in the whole game, as I have so much was planned for it, I was going to do a 12-hour stream of this game because it's real life time. So I was going to start the stream at 3 p.m. and keep playing until 3 a.m. so that we could catch some of the daytime events and the nighttime events. And it was just going to be a whole like immersive Book of Travels thing, but that never happened, unfortunately. Because that update never happened. Some pieces of it I think made it into the game, but the vast majority of it never did. Okay, so the last video I want to play of one that I made about this, turns out, is the underbelly. I remember this was really anticipated because this is one of the only new places that were added. Well, it was in-depth new places, and I remember there was always rumors about it. We were trying to find ways to get into this area, and it finally took them to update the game for us to be able to get in, because we were thinking that maybe we can sneak inside if we are very sneaky about stuff, but it turns out you just couldn't get inside until the devs unlocked it. But just reading what you're saying. Yeah, I should have quality options back. Oh, hi. Yeah, I have quality options. I know for a while, I think they revoked my quality options privileges because I hadn't streamed in so many months. So I had to start streaming again to get them back. Okay, so this is the last video that I ever made about this game, except the one I'm making right now by streaming. But this one is particularly nice. I think I boosted my audio more for this one too, so it would be a little easier to hear me.
Welcome back. Book of Travels recently had its first big content update, so there's now 2 new areas for us to explore. So for this video, I decided I'm going to do things a little bit different. It'll start out with just me wandering around these new places with no commentary, so you can take in the atmosphere and decide for yourself if you want to explore the rest on your own. After that, it'll become a spoiler zone where I step through what we know can be found and gained by visiting these places, ending things with a bit of a mystery that is in need of your help to solve. Also, I left some timestamps in the video description if you want to skip around. The 2 new places are called Mistkeeper's Toe and the Underbelly. I'll reveal where you can find these places after our peaceful tour in case you want to discover where they are for yourself. First, here's Mistkeeper's Toe.
Oh, hey, Butt Charity. Welcome. Yeah, we're watching some of my old videos that I made. Here, I'm a ghost in the corner. We're rewatching some of the old videos that I made about Book of Travels, and I've just been reminiscing about how much I enjoyed the game, and I put nearly 200 hours into it, and spent all this time in the community, and all of that stuff. And yeah, it officially shut down today or yesterday, but they were really graceful, and they brought some of the team back to do one final patch, which rebalanced everything so that it can be played alone without needing an internet connection to their servers. So the servers are down, but now it's just a single player game. And I was doing all kinds of stuff earlier in the stream, like reading after playing for 40 hours, I left a huge Steam review talking about like what I think is so nice about the game. And it's just like so many of the games that I tend to play, this always happens where it's like, I like really divisive games, and this game was very divisive. So many people would play it and just wouldn't click for them, and they just wouldn't enjoy it and would dismiss it right away, like there's nothing to do and blah blah blah. And I've tried my best to like make videos about it and be in the community and being like, well, you see, the intent of developers to do this and this, and it's this kind of experience, and I'm always trying to do that. Like when VR was a new thing, I'm always there, like, you know, having a breakdown, trying to defend, like, well, you see, virtual reality isn't trying to replace video game, or isn't trying to replace your monitor or anything. It's just an alternative way to experience games. It's just like I'm always here trying to defend things that aren't popular. But story of my life. Well, anyway, here's the rest of the last video that I made about Book of Travels, that people seem to really enjoy these videos that I had made, because they get a lot more views than most of my other videos did. So now entering the underbelly. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip ahead, but I tried to make a lot of my videos about just a atmospheric wandering around these places before I would spoil what you're supposed to do in them. So I'm going to skip ahead to when I actually explain how everything works. I will be detailing the spoil. Right. We've now arrived at the spoiler zone.
I will be detailing everything that we know about these places, so turn back now if you don't want to be spoiled. After all, discovery is the primary gameplay mechanic of Book of Travels. Mistkeeper's Toe is a new three-way branching path between the areas of Western Harvest Route, Charwood Forest, and Lakatos String. There really isn't anything new here. The rumor is that this place was intended to be part of the original early access launch of the game, but wasn't able to be completed on time. But now it's here, and it's a lovely little place. I especially enjoy how at night you can see the lighthouse of Lakatos String shining in the distance. Something a bit odd about this place is that there haven't been any reported NPC sightings aside from a few animals and the usual Omeen scurrying about. Now, finally, onto the underbelly. This place is by far the most in-depth of the new areas. I'll first step through the two primary items that you can find here, then talk a little bit about the mystery that has yet to be solved. First of all, spoilers, to get into the underbelly, you need to navigate to the place called the Burnings, which has a few of these tower-looking things, two of which have doorways that you can enter to get inside. So far, the community has only found two new items here. There's the ancient ferrite wood drum, one of the only instruments in the game, even though you can't actually play instruments yet. It's still a very noteworthy item. Its description reads, "This instrument harkens back to the ceremonial wind instruments of the First Age. Its heavy construction and double hide covers requires the drummer to use rocks and other weights to play it. But when this drum booms, the heavens listen." The other item is this lovely, detailed, luxurious lantern. A gold shimmering lantern with a worked pattern of branches and leaves forming a delicate basket around the light's source. Something to note about Underbelly is that it also contains several high-tier loot containers, meaning you have a chance to find some very rare items. For example, I found an ancient jade ring in one of these chests. Previously, this ring was only obtainable through Resna Rose Spring, meaning it would take considerably more time and effort to obtain it from her compared to this randomish drop. The community has also found something called an unearthed blade from Kuro, which seems like it could potentially become a powerful weapon if given to the right person, but we don't know who yet. It's currently uncertain if this is something exclusive to Underbelly or just a very rare random find. Now on to how to obtain these items. To get the lantern, there's unfortunately an element of random chance. Professor Linnea here must be present in your instance for the required quest item to even spawn. So you'll have to server hop until you see her wandering around in this south central area holding a torch near some flowing water. Once you find her, she'll tell you about how she's researching a rare species of Omeen that she has dubbed mosslings, and will reward you if you find evidence of their existence. Turns out what we're looking for is an item called Unknown Droppings, and it will be stored inside the smallest container type known as rock, meaning it's so small that it will really help you out if you zoom your camera in as far as it can go, have a light source, and keep a sharp eye out for the usual glimmer that appears on lootable items. A bit of advice to help locate these unknown droppings is to look at the area around Professor Linnea. You won't find the items right here, but there's another area that also has flowing water with several confirmed spawn locations. Give her the droppings and there you go. Now the drum requires quite a bit more effort, so bear with me. Normally, to begin this quest, you'll want to talk to all the ghosts in the area and use Align if they aren't yet visible, but this is not a requirement and is just meant to help introduce you to the lore of the place. If you want to get straight to the point and don't care about all the lore, you'll just need to acquire these 3 items. 7 underbelly mosses, 1 sulfur grains, and 1 marble shade. Underbelly moss can only be found here in the underbelly, on the eastern side near the Cheerful Baker inside these tiny little rock-sized containers. Sulfur grains and marble shade technically can be found in Underbelly as well, but it'll save you a lot of time if you find them elsewhere. Sulfur grains can be bought in the excavation site of Kuro Orchard during the day from the Rivenleaf Historian. Keep in mind that it must be sulfur grains. No other item with sulfur in the name will work. The marble shade, which is just a white mushroom, is most reliably found in the loud southern swampy region of Western Harvest Route. You might need to be here during the night for it to show up. I'm not completely sure though. Once you've gathered all the items, place them inside this brazier to gain a 30-minute ghost smoke effect. And for some weird reason, it is initially called a brazier, but once interacted with, it's referred to as a cauldron. A brazier is a shallow bowl intended for burning solid objects, whereas a cauldron is a deep-set bowl for containing and boiling liquids. Two very different shapes, so it must have been an oversight or something. It looks more like a brazier to me, though, considering all the smoke coming off of it. This effect will allow you to speak to all the surrounding ghosts, so go ahead and do this if you want to explore some of the lore. You have 30 minutes to do so, but technically the only ghost needed for the drum is in this narrower space in the south central area. So after interacting with them, their name will become Haljan Expedition Member. They'll tell you a story and give you a withered thread of recollection. Bring this thread up and over to the western side of the underbelly to this glowing device. Like a lot of quest interactions in this game, it can be very uncooperative to get the trade prompt to show up. Keep walking away and back and away and back until you see the shaking hands interaction appear. Hand over the thread and it will become a soaked thread of recollection. Return this thread to the Haljan Expedition Ghost. Another case where you may need to do the little trade dance back and forth until the prompt shows up. And you've got yourself an old drum. The lantern and drum are the two primary quest rewards for the latest update that we're aware of. However, like I mentioned earlier, there is an unearthed blade from Kuro that can be randomly found in a chest. Its description mentions it could be serviced by a skilled smith. So if anyone out there manages to find out who this is, let me know. We now arrive at the mystery. It all starts with this statement right here. It is easy to get lost down here though, and rumor speaks of chambers that can only be reached by mystical means. Currently, we have no solid leads on where to go from this statement, but one guess is that this staircase may be involved somehow, considering how well framed and lit up it is. It doesn't have any current use that we are aware of either. It's also pretty far out of the way from everything else. Another highly suspicious area of Underbelly is the Eldin Statue Room. You can find some great random equipment in these chests, but these statues are very significant as they are the same ones connected to another major mystery known as the Eldin Statue Mystery. There's a lot to cover with that mystery, so I'm going to save it for another video. Now, there's an important Book of Travels anomaly to take into account that could come into play here as well. This game is no stranger to incomplete mysteries. So don't be surprised if the solution to something simply does not currently exist. It's very possible that all the clues leading up to something are here, but any further progress just is not possible. And this is all likely due to the game is still an early access thing, and that it's being made by a very small team that recently became much smaller, and they've never made an MMO before, so give them a break, even if it is a little frustrating for us as players. Here's an example to illustrate what I'm talking about. You may have come across a series of items called knotted silver threaded cords. They all contain clues that eventually lead you to the burnings and instruct you to search the tallest tower during a full moon. The current belief is that this was meant to lead players to the underbelly, but the underbelly had not yet been integrated into the game when these were found, so we spent a lot of time trying to get into this place to no avail. Still, there's that whole thing about during a full moon. There are several other items in the game that reference moon phases, such as blah 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 blah. I will be frequenting the Bridge Keeper on nights of the ebbing full moon. And then there's this particularly alarming one found in the northern region of Charwood Forest that states, when you behold the blaze of the surface of Earth's eye, both moon and sun together, the gate will open. Wow. There's actually a lot of established lore about the moon, including the moon well in the Jade Urn, which contains some kind of special water said to have mystical properties. And look, one of the Eldin statues is here too, which can also be found in the underbelly, along with silk flowers that are said to grow in areas of mystical significance. In fact, the symbol used to represent spirituality is a crescent moon with a small flower shape inside it, and it's dripping water. But in case you haven't noticed, the game currently has no moon. We have no way of knowing what phase it is. There's even an area of Batsaha Island called Moonwatcher Peak that has no visible moon any time of the night. The moon can never be seen. However, when you look at old screenshots of the game, guess what you can see over the horizon? And finally, I did a little digging and I found that during a developer interview, we can hear them talk about this.
Yeah, exactly. We are synced with the Gregorian calendar as such. So the weekdays are there, and the time is 24-hour rhythm, and night and days. Yeah, of course.
Moon phases.
Oh, yeah, and moon phases.
So there's supposed to be a moon in the game that dictates when certain events do and do not happen, but it's not integrated into the game yet. So that means that one possibility is that we just can't access this mysterious chamber because of the lack of moon. That's just my theory though, so maybe we really can access the chamber and it has nothing to do with the moon. Who knows? Don't let this discourage you though. I encourage everybody to keep searching for more information and be sure to report back what you found. So that was everything that we currently know about the newly added areas. There is actually some new lore that was introduced regarding what the underbelly is that I didn't cover, but I'm going to save that for my next video. The lore and all the community speculation surrounding it is actually one of the most interesting parts of the game, honestly. Here are some examples of various story and mystery things that I could cover. You know, things like the Eldin statue mystery, which is the longest running mystery in Book of Travels, the Sleeper, who is our glorious leader, the Cobalt Ribbon Gang, the Selka, Rivenleaf University, the Singer Rosaries and the Casa Incident, the Silent Ghost Warden Passage, the Battered and Bruised Run, the Mystic Weaver, the Living Door, the Floating Head, the Cloud, Vosnin, Moss Enthusiast, Baby Muscle Collection and how we don't want what happened in Meyer T to happen here, the Mystery of the Disappearing Emotes, Greetings 41, and the ever elusive
Custom Poem.
All right. got a little silly at the end of that video. But these are all actually like legitimate things that we are looking into, and it breaks my heart a little bit to be like, oh, I'll make another video revisiting all these things once we discover more and learn more. But no, that's never going to happen, because the game is such a joy to make videos about that. It's a shame. But yeah, maybe the moon is stuck at the new moon phase, and that's why you can't see it. Probably. So I think inevitably, well, I guess I shouldn't say that. I'm not that popular. I bet the modders of this game might see this video, and the people who are modding this game, please post in the comment what you're working on, because I did see that there are modders who are trying to revive the multiplayer of this game and to like push it beyond its original intentions, which would be really interesting to see, because I'm sure there's a lot of content in the game that is just locked out and inaccessible. So it would be interesting to see what modders can do with the game. And it seems that developers are pretty open to people modding it, because like they're like literally not doing anything else with it. And the game is just $5 in Steam right now, which is the cheapest it's ever been before. So maybe modders can be heroes yet again. Modders in general are always really good at bringing new life into games that are no longer being developed. So I think that's the most we can hope for at this point. And I think that's all the video that I produced. Oh, wait, no, there's one last video. And this isn't a tutorial video. This is just an atmosphere thing. So this was the last mystery that I ever took part in, and it was something called Doomed Ghostly Figure. And this ghost was extremely rare to show up. And there was something you had to do in order for you to be able to see it. But it played a unique music track that I had never heard in the game before when you walked near it. And it was a really just lovely little, I didn't know at the time, but a little lovely send-off to me. Because like I was so invested in all these mysteries in the game. And then I came across one of like the rarest encounters in the game. And you get this item from it. It was like a special ring, like a spirit ring or something like that, that you can use to do something with ghosts. I can't remember what it was, but I felt like, oh my God, this is such a prized moment. So all I did was record the ambience of this scene and nothing more. Not me saying anything or any of that. It's just like taking in the moment. And I'm going to have an ad play in 3 minutes. So I'm just going to let this play for 3 minutes. And then I'm going to go to the ad, which I'll be playing more music from this game during the ad, which you can watch the YouTube restream to not get ads if you want to hear the music or whatever, or block as many ads as you want. I don't care. I don't make any money off streaming anyway. And then when I come back from the ad, I'm gonna open the game and look at the final state of the game, and with a brand new character, and just wander around. And it's, real life time, so it's gonna be really late at night. Maybe I'll be playing long enough that the sun will rise. And I remember there's really nice music that plays as the sun rises. So maybe that's how we'll do a final send-off to this game. So anyway, here is my lovely little encounter with the doomed ghostly figure. Then we'll go into an ad. All right. Lovely, lovely tunes. So I'm just gonna play the game. There was something I was going to mention about it, is that for me, and I think kind of the impact that it will have on me going forward, not to sound dramatic, but is that this game proved to me that a game concept that I've been working on for a really long time, it may never actually release, who knows, like my own personal game, I was always questioning a lot about, like, would anyone actually play something like what I have in mind? And it just so happens to be that what Book of Travels did is so similar to the kind of thing that I've been wanting to make for a long time, and it at least proved that there is an audience. It's definitely not a big mainstream appeal thing, but the amount of dedication that people had towards this game proves to me that my own game concept could actually work, could actually be interesting to more than just me. It's this whole idea of, what if we just have a loosely multiplayer, just big, well, a world that feels really big, that you just wander around and you may run into things every once in a while, but a game that does not have any initial direction, where you just find your own journey, you discover things, you report things, and it doesn't have a whole lot of goal-oriented gameplay. Could that kind of thing be interesting to people? And that is so close to what I'm developing for my own thing, and where it's a lot more focused on just the feeling of the world around you, and putting a lot of emphasis on like ambient sound and the subtleties of the time of day changing and weather effects. And it wouldn't actually be a big world where you just go in one direction and keep walking and you'll have walked for miles and miles and miles, but it's more of like a the illusion of a really big space, where like Book of Travels work this way too, where you're going between one big scene to another. But like in my own game, it would be this idea of that you're traveling between different styles of environments that are, depending on what part of the world you're in, it will like generate a new type of space, and you have to travel through a certain amount of this type of space in order to get to a new type of space. So it's like, I want to go to the mountain in the distance, so you're going to travel through 3 different grassland-like spaces that are all generated differently as you go through them for different people. If you're traveling together, you'll experience the same generated space, but if you're just alone, it will be different. So once you've traveled through 3 of grassy-like spaces, then you reach the mountain-like spaces. So it's more like this illusion of a really big space without straight up being like, here is the world, here's the map, here's exactly how you get everywhere. It's just like a more reasonable open world to develop for like a tiny team or solo developer, to approach a big world that way, rather than just straight up being like, okay, I'll just make a huge world. So it's like the illusion of grandeur. But oh, and then Monotonous game releases in 2053. Or never. Who knows? All right. While the title screen music plays, I'll read the developer's final note. Game takes a long time to load. I mean, I'm just explaining pieces of the game. I mean, there's technically 2 games that I'd like to make that are very different, and I don't want to just like explicitly lay everything out. But there's been so many times in my life where, because I've been thinking about these games for like 15 years or something. I think anyone who's interested in video games, kind of in the back of your mind, just have this idea of like, if I were to make a game, you know, what would it be like? This kind of thing. Oh, here it is. And so many times I will have had these concepts in my mind, and then a dev just goes and makes the thing that I thought about 8 years ago, and then their game is really successful, and I'm just like, that could have been me. But I think when it comes to game design, game development, the idea for the game is only a tiny part of the process. So it's like, just because I thought about something that I wanted to make isn't really that significant, because I'm sure a lot of people, I'm sure right now someone in chat has an idea for a game that could make millions if they actually made it. But the chances of that thing actually being made, actually functioning and finding an audience and all of that is so slim that it probably will never happen. But I don't put that much weight on being like, oh, I could have been me, I could have been the millionaire. But it's like, well, why didn't I do it then? Everyone has ideas. Matter of who actually acts upon these ideas and executes makes it work. Oh, you're writing a book and you have a similar thing where you're always putting off this book that you want to write. I think everyone has, any creative person just has something that is always on the backest of burners that you really wish you could make someday. Or maybe some aspects of games. Yeah, like the cookie, like if you really like a certain game world and you're just always imagining like, what if things were like this? What if this outfit looked this way? What if this character looked this way? So it's just like, that's like the struggle of a creative. It's all the thinking and not as much doing as you'd like to do. All right, so the dev's final message, not to be dramatic. Posted today, well, yesterday. Travelers, today we are turning off the servers to Book of Travels. As we announced in April, the game will survive in its legacy single-player offline mode. We have also opened modding up to our very talented and passionate community. Good job. For more information on this decision and what it means for Book of Travels, please see the FAQ. The creation of the game, even in the form it is today, has been a labor of love from many passionate and creative developers. Though we are sad our vision for the game was never fully realized, we are glad we had the opportunity to work on this unique project. To you, the community who made Book of Travels happen, we want to reiterate how thankful we are for your support and company along this journey. We understand and truly share in your frustrations and disappointment, and we again want to reiterate that we are very sorry to let you down. As we spoke in our initial announcement, the decision to take the game offline was not an easy one. We sincerely hope this single-player experience will keep the spirit of the game alive. Knotting loose ends, because tying knots and stuff is a huge theme in the game. As we said, we have been working on ensuring Book of Travels remains playable as a single-player game, legacy version of the game as it is today. During this process, we are able to tie up some loose ends and wrap up some content that had already been in the pipeline when we ceased active development. To stay true to the vision, we teamed up with a few of the talented folks of the original team and oversaw the completion of a small content patch that we are releasing today. The patch notes can be read here. This patch concludes the content that we have for the Book of Travels. We've also learned, we also heard you and have collected together a lore compendium. This was something we had set out to do as part of our Kickstarter and have since compiled to hopefully answer any lore questions we had otherwise wanted to answer in later content for the game. You can download the PDF lore compendium at this link. Finally, we were asked to release of additional songs in the soundtrack. So we've published the full OST in its entirety on our YouTube channel. So what now? Might and Delight, the developer, remains a small team of creative and dedicated individuals who are excited about the projects we're working on behind the scenes. Some of us have been at Might and Delight for many years. Many are more recent additions, but all of us have been able to learn a lot from the journey of the Book of Travels. We all hope that one day our paths cross again. Until we meet next time, travelers, the Might and Delight team. So yeah, the lore compendium. I downloaded all of the soundtrack that I've been playing tonight, and then the PDF of the lore. Oh, flashbang, it's white. Let me take a look at it. Actually, here, you guys should see this. I'm trying to be all-encompassing here because I probably will never be playing this game again unless somehow this like gets me addicted to it again, but the community aspect and playing with other players was a huge part of the appeal to me. And right now, last I checked on Steam charts, there was like 10 people playing. Well, and it's just offline. But maybe when they mod, maybe you'll get people playing again. Who knows? I don't know. Here, let me switch. Here is the lore compendium that they released. Way to full screen this. 57 pages of lore. How about this? For people who are watching the video and don't want to have to go to the URL. Also, really random memory. I remember back in the early days of the internet when we would be given URLs in like middle school for me. Keep in mind, this is like 2001. Be like, all right, students, we're going to have you go to this website, blah, blah, blah.com slash 1XJUJHCBA capital AA4T lowercase NTY. Like they would write out a URL all on the whiteboard and they're like, yeah, just type this in, and we're spending like 5 minutes typing. This is like back before we knew how to like handle the internet. But anyway, because I was going to say, like, you guys can go to this link to get the PDF, but it's like, I don't know, just go to the Book of Travels Steam page, and the last update on there has all of this. If anyone watching this recording wants to view all this. Okay, anyway, the can I full screen this? I can zoom. The F11? Oh, okay, I think that's about as close as we're gonna get. All right, now I'm gonna read every single word of this. Along the western coast. So this is all this is all canonical lore written from the perspective of characters in the game's world. Winter blossom shade, no struggle ever in vain, green shoots regrets. I was talking about the ages, is you play as the people called the Askin folk, that are sometimes called the dandelions, because it's like the player character is the this whole, I guess you would call it like an ethnicity. I don't think they're like a race, but they're like an ethnic group that have all been forced out of their homeland, and they're always compared to dandelions, like when you blow on them and all the seeds travel and they scatter across the world. So like you're a foreigner everywhere you go in this game's world, and people call you Kalim or something like that, and you are just a perpetually lost person. And it's never explained exactly what happened to your homeland, but that was going to be explained way later in the timeline. So I guess we'll never know. Oh, and the winds were always a big part of the lore and everything in here, where it's always about... I'm gonna lower the game's volume a sec. I love the music, don't get me wrong. Whoop. So the wind is always a big aspect of the story, or of the way people live, because the theme of wind and you being a dandelion, quote unquote, of, you know, a seedling blowing through the air, and the way the wind takes you is about like the journey that you are forced to take in life. If you're a western wind, northern wind, eastern wind, southern wind. So every type of Asken folk are their origins of a different wind. So when you make a character, you choose which wind you are, and the different types of winds have different benefits. Like I can't remember, I think like northern winds tend to be strong fighters, and like western winds tend to be spiritual, eastern winds tend to be social, and southern winds are like very quiet and mysterious or something like that. I love that kind of theme. And because this whole world, their communication method and like note taking and stuff is done through knots and ropes and braiding of things. And these ropes all have mystical powers. So to tie something in a certain really precise way with like a magical knot, it imbues it with power. So by doing this really precisely tied thing, and like they hang them off your backpack. And when you choose all of these different knots, they give you power, and they're all like dangling from your bag. So it's like, I am of the northern wind, and I have all of these other knots in my bag, and then they're giving me like extra strength, or they're giving me the ability to wield certain weapons better or something. It's such a cool concept to me. And they communicate through knots also, which I know is based in reality. Like there are in history, there's been like notation done by tying strings and mathematics and record keeping and stuff. Oh, and the whole area is called the Braided Shore. And there's the big mystery of the Elden statues that I talked about in the video, and this is talking about the Elden Age. Because as you travel through the game world, you see these giant statues that all signify different I think it was like figures involved in like the creation of the land. And there's a whole age that was defined by the development of machines. So it's like as the ages go on, kind of like the Industrial Revolution kind of thing, because this world has like trains and vehicles. So it's not all like basic nomadic people. Like there's a pretty developed world. Oh man, I'm gonna have to read this in depth off stream, because this might actually explain the mystery of the Elden statues, because we were always trying to figure out what they meant. Because when you find the Elden statues, they'll have like fragments of pieces of history, and maybe this is laying out the details. Also, a big part of the appeal of this game to me, this is like a cheat code if you want me to like your game, is to include cults and culty stuff. And this game had so many cults. Like I remember when we were in the Discord keeping track of lore, we had a whole section just for cults. And every time we'd be reading, because there's so much text in this game, like reading, that you would read a note and it would bring up a new cult, and it would be like, yo, alarms, alerta, new cult just dropped. And we'd add a new entry, because like a new cult. And we ended up having like 30 something cults, and only a couple of them actually had representation in the world in some form. And the one that I was trying to be a devout follower of is like the cult of the sleeper. because I had this very strong feeling that, well, I mentioned it in the video, but there's like this cave that you go in, and there's this torch or like a brazier thing or some kind of fire, and when you light it up, there's a shadow of an invisible creature. Like the shadow is cast onto the wall, and the sleeper like whispers to you, and he's like very secretly telling you secrets. And there's a whole mission, a quest that you can go on where you're at an architectural dig site, and they're trying to restore these like precious, these really precious shards. Because like all the colors in this game, in this world, they don't ever say red, blue, black. There's different names for all the colors. Like black is char, brown is umber, blue is cobalt, yellow is sulfur. So anyway, because that was confusing at first, because we were picking up cobalt shards, and you're like, are we finding like cobalt and metal? But it's pottery, like made from mud, but cobalt is their word for blue. So it was blue pottery. It's like, funny thing is, like, in real life, a lot of our colors are named after a thing that it resembles. Like, for example, when you say something is orange, you're saying that it resembles the fruit that is orange. So they didn't say, oh, look at that fruit on the tree, let's call that the color of that fruit orange. No, we're saying that things that resemble that fruit, the color of that fruit, are now orange. I don't know if it's the same way for all colors, and it's probably different in different languages, but like in English, a lot of it's stuff like that. But anyway, so this world has its own entire color system like that. So anyway, there's this whole mission where you're in this architectural dig site, and they're picking up all these precious like cobalt pieces of pottery all over the place. And they're like, oh, this is very important that we recover these pieces. We don't know what they're for. We don't know what sort of properties they might have, but we want you to collect them all and hand them over to the authorities, because we think there might be something suspicious going on, and we don't want this power to get into the wrong hands. So you could be the good guy, and you could be like, oh, yes, I will collect all of these precious little mysterious fragments, and I'll hand them over so that they're kept away. But if you go and talk to the sleeper, the shadow in the cave, that he wants you to give him the shards. And as you give him more and more of these shards, it's like, yes, more. He gives you this ring that when you wear this ring, it causes a big burden on you. And burden in this game is a debuff that slows you down, your movement speed. So you become really slow when you put this ring on, but it allows the sleeper to communicate telepathically to you. So you'd see these people walking around really slow. You're like, hey, I know what you're wearing. Because we're all like cultist followers of the sleeper. And I had reason to believe that the sleeper was, in the next big content update, was going to rise up from the ocean, because part of the cobalt porcelain, or not porcelain, like the shards, is that the cult worshipped this sleeper by the form of this like enchanted pottery, and in order to disenchant and to give this menacing creature to go away, they shattered all of this pottery to keep it at bay. And they like threw the pottery out into the ocean and scattered it all over the world, because they're like, we can never let this creature manifest ever again. Then now you're here, part of the secret cult, going and piecing it all back together in hopes of bringing it back into power. There was an NPC in one of the coastal towns that's like, I just have a bad feeling. He looks out into the ocean, and he's like, I can see him there. I can see the signs that this creature was going to return. So I was betting under the fact that this creature was going to make an extravagant return in the next big content update. So I was all about collecting the secret rings and the pottery, and oh, that was such a fun aspect of this. Anyway, and there's so many different species and like ethnic groups, and I think they talk about them all here. Oh yeah, so this is the age in which the game takes place, in the age of settlement. So the arrival of the Askin folk, which is the player characters. As the legend goes, the first Askin settlers were but children who arrived by boat from a faraway place known as Old Land. That's the first I'm hearing. We never had it referred to that before. Who these children were and why they came alone to the shore is still debated to this day. While they're not going to lore drop, some say they were cast out from their home due to their connection to the winds. Others speculate they were the sole survivors after their home sank into the sea, though many hold tight to the hypothesis that the children, us Askin, are in actuality the same vein as the Varhim, who are in turn the very same as the Elden. That way we come to the shore, leave, and then forget. That the cycle repeats itself, suggesting we may one day be forced to leave again, only to return as new people in a new age. Regardless of their origin, these children developed a language of knots. See, I wasn't making this stuff up. This is legit lore, folks. Developed a language of knots while aboard their ships, traces of which can still be found in the knotted language of Velen that the Askin used today. That's right, it was called Velen. Some say that the Askin first came from the south and landed in what is known as Kasa. So Kasa was going to be the big city that was going to cause me to do a 12-hour stream, because that was going to be by far the biggest city the game has ever seen. It was going to be full of people, and I think it's in the game now in a form. And part of the thing is that with each big milestone content update, they have a lore reason why you can't access new places. So from the current version of the game, the city of Kasa is on total lockdown, and there's soldiers at all the gates that don't let you in. But they secretly added an update where there's these children that hang out like in a cave somewhere, and if you give them some kind of secret thing, they like, hey, they found a secret entrance into Kasa. So like you were able to secretly see an early preview of the city of Kasa if you help these kids out, and they like smuggle you into the city. And that was like such a cool way to let really dedicated players get a little like advanced look at the new zone. And I haven't even touched on the whole main storyline of the early version, of the first version of the game, which involved like God, there's like these, I'm getting like brain blasted remembering all this lore. Like all of the spirits of this game's world, or can't remember the name of it. Every geographic location has this kind of ghost-like spirit that just lives there. Oh, the Sephra. Oh my God, it's right in front of me. Sephra, S-E-F-R-A. They are essentially, and I'm sure there's religions in the world that have this similar concept, but they are the representation of a thing in the world, a natural thing. Big, cool waterfall. There's a Sephra that's their waterfall. And they're this mystical kind of spirit that no one knows what they're thinking, no one knows what they're saying, and there's people that dedicate their entire lives to interpreting the subtle signs of the Sephra to understand them. And you don't know what their motivations are. Like, imagine that this waterfall, you may as a random person look at this waterfall and just think like, oh, it's so beautiful, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna go like take a bath in this waterfall. But the Sephra may get really insulted, saying like, you can't desecrate my beautiful waterfall. So the Sephra will get angry and like curse anyone that touches their waterfall. And then you're like screwed for life. So there's people that dedicate their lives to trying to read the subtle signs of these Sephra gods or spirits or whatever, so that they can anticipate like, what do you want from us? What do you want us to do? What can we sacrifice to you? but these things can have very different levels of influence. Like they can be in charge of an entire like region of a continent, or they can be in charge of a big rock on the shore. You don't know the scale in which they are in charge of, and they all have different personalities. Some are really benevolent, some are evil as hell. There's a Sephra who is this like this fat, like just ugly gambling addict, and has occupied itself in this like sleazy underground place, and you can actually go and visit and gamble with it, because they invented a card game and it's like a dice rolling game called Passage, where you roll dice and play this game, and you can play it against the Sephra, and you get like different benefits if you can beat it at the game. And God, I'm getting brain blasted with lore here. And then there's like death in this game is very strange, because they had said from the very beginning like it's a permadeath game, and people are like, are you sure? Because the combat was so glitchy that people would just die. So for a while it got so glitchy that they turned off death, so you couldn't actually die because people were tired of dying. But the original concept, which I have never seen a game do something like this before. The original concept, I don't know if it's ever fully integrated. So the reason the dice game is called Passage is because it's the method in which the dead return to living. So if you died, your character is permanently a ghost, and you could wander around, and you would have your own sorts of emotes that communicate to other players and stuff, and you would be able to interact with the dead, but you cannot interact with the living, not in the same way. You could only just like make hand gestures and stuff. But you'd have to win a game of Passage with a living person, and you would exchange, so they would die and you would come back to life. And that would be your passage back to living, is to win a dice rolling game against a living person. But like if they win against you, you surrender your like worldly possessions to them. So it's like they can either get rich or quite literally die trying. So that was like a whole aspect of the game that I don't know if it was ever fully integrated. Then we were talking about the Sephra and these deities that have different kinds of personalities and rule. It says, it is said that the first generation are raised by the fickle Sephra, who found entertainment in the new arrivals, teaching them to clothe and feed themselves. The Sephra were not gentle, however, as many Askan perished before the first proper settlements took root. The start of true prosperity for the Askan folk seems to have been in no small part due to the emergence of the Kalim. As the legend goes, the spirits of the meadow... Let me do this real quick. Okay. The spirits of the meadow saw the Askan folk struggling and came onto the shore once more. The spirits found those who had kind souls and wandering feet, and blew at their backs, much like the children blow dandelion seeds into the wind. These were the first dandelions, or the Kalim. The Kalim traveled the land, helping, trading, knotting together and frayed strings of the Askan's burgeoning civilizations. Again, the Askan are the player characters. Hello, Pate. I'm getting brain blasted by lore and remembering all of these like things about this game that I had been dormant in my mind for like 5 years. And also the stream has been going on for like not even 3 hours. Oh my god, it feels like 5 hours. So the Kalim traveled to the land, helping, trading, and knotting together. Oh, we already read that. Many settlements built shrines to honor the winds and the spirits who blew the dandelions into their lives. One such shrine is a dandelion temple constructed by unknown builders on an island in the Verve. I remember the Verve. We never actually got to visit it. It's like a big body of water, I believe. From here, the temple would come to draw the pilgrims who built the nearby trading settlements at Bat Saha, a settlement that still stands to this day. That's like kind of the tutorial island. To the aid of the Kalim, the first settlements prospered and grew into villages and towns. Okay. This is like all this new information. So the big thing that everyone was looking forward to that fortunately is never going to happen is the college, or the, I think it was actually called the, oh yeah, Rivenleaf University. Because esotericism is a big aspect of this game's world, and that was some of my most interested stuff, of course, is all of the mystical qualities of like the knot tying and the ways that it can like change your lives, and you could bend the winds to like work for you and against others, and all this kind of like mystical stuff going on. And Rivenleaf University is going to be the place where all of the esoteric arts were studied. And it was always like teased throughout the game. Like you'd come across a Rivenleaf scholar, and there was a random encounter, one of my favorite ones, where they can make these gates, which are like these teleportation things. This big like ghostly stone arches appear, and there's kind of like this watery portal looking thing, and they would all step out of these gates, and all the students would be standing around studying and doing like mystical stuff. And then if you get close to them, they might all leave. Or if you can get up and talk to them, they'll be like, we're busy, we're studying, blah, blah, blah. And all these cool, mystical, esoteric people were so elusive. And the final big update, well, the final part of the roadmap was to lead players to Rivenleaf University, which we're never going to get. But like the anticipation leading up to that point was so big, and we just never going to get it. And part of the story of this the only version of the game that we ever got here was that there was a, like, this is what you're uncovering, and it took so long to be able to uncover it, because it's sort of like the Fallout games or Skyrim or something, where you're getting bias, maybe not entirely truthful fragments of a story told from different perspectives. And as you played through this first area of the game, you would stumble across fragments of messages that were intended to be delivered by like carrier pigeons. And you would get this like urgent plea from like the royal princess or some high-ranking official. And there was an incident, the inciting incident that caused the lockdown of the biggest city in the game. And there was the incident of that everyone's gossiping about, and you don't know exactly what happened. So you're getting the perspective of like 6 different parties, and people are all starting to hate each other because of the rumors following all of this. And it resulted in the death of a Sephra, which, as I was talking about, the Sephra are like these really unpredictable, unreadable spirits that are very powerful, and they have existed in the world since the beginning of time, and they are in charge of different things. And it's all like the humans of this world are all trying to constantly like not anger them. They're doing what they can to understand them. Well, anyway, but they're thought to be immortal. So the inciting incident is that a Sephra was killed, which upset the whole balance of the world, because people were like, I thought these things were immortal. And this is all stuff that happens off, like before you arrive, so you don't really know what happened at this incident. And from what I remember, after we pieced everything together, I guess I could check the wiki that I helped make to read the full account of it all, but what I remember it being is that a big prominent Sephra in Casa, the biggest city, Sephra showed up to some kind of meeting, and they were giving a sacrifice, not like a blood sacrifice, like they were giving some meal, a big offering to this thing. and an esoteric advisor from Rivenleaf, you know, the mystical arts place, was there as an advisor to the royalty of Casa. And they were in charge of giving this offering to the Sephra. But as soon as the offering was given, the bowl like flies in the air and starts spinning and explodes and kills the Sephra. And all the blame was put on the Rivenleaf professor or whoever was in charge of this. So suddenly the whole world is like, these Rivenleaf people suck. They just killed the unkillable. They need to be banished from the world. So they start becoming these criminals. And that's why they're trying to like secretly continue their study. And they claim they were innocent. They claim that this incident that killed this unkillable god was not their intention, that someone sabotaged them. So then there's this like third party in the matter of some kind of like cult that sabotaged this because like we think they wanted to ruin the reputation of Rivenleaf for unknown motivation. So they set it up so that their offering would explode and kill this beloved immortal thing. And that pissed everyone off. And that's like the big inciting incident of the game. But you don't learn this until you've like pieced together and heard different people's accounts. I could be getting details wrong. And please, if anyone watching this video later is a bigger expert on this, please correct me. Okay, I'm gonna have to read all of this on my own. This is so much good information, but oh, some of the concept art of characters that never made it into the game. Oh, it's so badass. Thing is a lot of the concept art on this game just is the art of the game. Like, this is just what the game looks like. Because it's all like hand painted. I should go way back in my screenshots. I took so many screenshots of this. I'd have to go find a hard drive because this was like 5 years ago. There was some random encounters that just threw everyone into confusion because we think we're understanding that like this cult does this thing and they do these rituals, and then suddenly a random event happens that they're just like all hanging out together and we thought they were mortal enemies. Like, what's going on? Oh yeah, this is all crazy stuff I don't know anything about. Oh, and the New Foundry is a big like technological empire. I'm thinking New Foundry, if you guys play Final Fantasy VI, is kind of like the Empire's what was the name of his place? Zeal? No. Zero? What's the name of FF6 is the Empire's giant like technological pyramid where like all the Magitech stuff was made? That's how I imagine this New Foundry. This really menacing technology. Okay, Sephra doing crazy stuff. Guys, I'm halfway through the document. One of the Kickstarter benefits that I almost paid for, but I decided not to because I wasn't sure if I wanted to play the game or not, way back in the day, they're going to give you this like little like red amulet that you'd wear around that is exclusive to a certain Kickstarter tier, and it kind of puts you all in a collective a part of like this cult like thing, And anytime you went near another player who was also wearing this amulet, like you would be able to locate each other. So it's like all of the members of this Kickstarter clan would be naturally drawn to one another because you were sharing these amulets together. And that was always interesting feature. No, not Shinra. Here, let me look it up real quick. It's Final Fantasy VI. FF6, Name of Gostal's Fortress. Vector. That's the name of it, Vector. Here. You didn't play FF6, you don't have any clue. What? FF6 is my favorite Final Fantasy. Well, here. This is what Vector looks like. Menacing, big technological tower. Well, anyway. Okay, so all of this lore. So this is what's interesting to me is here's a definition of all of the folks. Yeah, Askin is a player character, as I said, are people of average stature, not as large as Melku. That's the thing, is the differences in the human races are like their height is huge. There's tiny people and obscenely tall people, and then skinny, like there's just a lot of variation in the size of people. It's like the Melku are these like giant stoic barbarian dudes, and the Selka are the little like gnomes that make glass things. Here's the colors that I was just talking about. Yeah, so they never use the word blue, red, yellow. Their word for these colors, cobalt is blue, marble is white, sulfur is yellow, char is black, jade is green, cinnabar is red, umber is brown, orchid is purple. And I wrote the wiki article on the colors, citing my sources, because you were never just straight up told what these colors were. You just had to collect things and understand by their description. The Malkusu, the strong and hardy people. And these different like ethnic groups have their own language, their own like word. They have different words for colors as well. And the Selka. Most of what folk in Braided Shore know about the Selka is based on what they barter with. They bring spices and cheese, for example, but it's unclear whether the raw ingredients seeds are Selka in origin, or if they simply use whatever the shore provides. Selka are generally secretive about their appearance and hide underneath oversized dresses and wear long gloves to cover their arms. They have the same eye color, which is this intense and vibrant cinnabar. Spices and cheese do sound delicious. If you find something made of glass in Braided Shore, it's almost definitely of Selka make. Selka, not to be confused with Sephra. Sephra Selka. And the Saba Seer. We never learned much about these dudes. I think they're just sailors. Bone Fuel. Oh, you have the cursed milk jar emote. Plays more of the Saba Seer. Seeker in the spirit world, my visit long and hard, through torments deep and bitter mire, until I finally found the plains of grassland peace, the city on the mound.
Waiting now in mindful rest. Considered my past, I long for wings to carry me into the everlast. Asp. You haven't resubbed to that person, but that's not important. Let's see. Thank you to our beta readers. Wow, way to insult your readers. Mossy Walker. I feel like I might have known that person back when we were first developing the wiki. Wow, has it already been another hour? Because an ad, it wants to play in 7 minutes. Okay. So for real this time, I don't have to play the ad for 7 more minutes, but let me play the ad right now. And then when we come back, I will actually be playing the game. You know, to prove it, I'll even bring the game back up. Hey, look, it's been open in the background this whole time. All right. 3 minutes of ads, and then I'm going to actually play the game for the rest of the night/morning. And it's Saturday, it's tomorrow/today, so it's easier to be up late. So I'll be right back. 3 minutes.
And I'm back. Testing audio. Oh, Windows. Hello, Legal Rick. Welcome. So, this is the final state of the game. The last update I will ever receive, and they have offline mode. For some reason it lets you still try to log in, so I think people might get confused to be like, why can't I log in? It just continually says unable to connect the servers, but play offline is the new feature that'll be the only way to play. And I missed the period of time when you could apparently download your multiplayer character to play offline, so I don't have my 180 hour character, which is fine. I mean, I don't really expect to be playing this much more anyway, so I'm just gonna see what it's like making a new character. And this entire screen, this is all new. Like when you guys saw a little bit of when I was playing this originally, it was all just UI stuff. So this is a really cool new way to do it. You can get like introduction to how the world looks. This looks so much better. So here is all of the forms. Suddenly guitar. And just lowering the volume a bit. So all the different forms in the game are like different classes of character, and it's more for like RP reasons, more so than actual gameplay differences. And unfortunately, a lot of the forms that you would choose one that would be most beneficial when you are with other players, but now since we won't be seeing other players, not as big of a deal. So you're thinking like, oh, I'll be a wizard, a warrior, or a cleric. Instead, you have a Murther, a Crested, a Weatherer, Mosswalker, Enfolder, a Regent, Larker, Ribboned, Gleaner, Goodword, Dimmed, Veiled, and that's all of them. So Murther is a heart-spoken song weaver, artful dreamer of gilded moments, joyful mesmerizer. Do we have any joyful mesmerizers in chat? Crested, naturally becoming mastery, captain of dignified duty, sophisticated splendor. The Weatherer, armored pilgrim of mastery, scarred at story journey's end, vanguard storm rider. By common norms unfettered, spirit deep pondered of purposes. Ponderer of purposes, carefree, self-paced meander. Is this like the Hufflepuff, I think, of the world? There's a menacing figure in the game known as the what was his name? I mentioned him in the video that I made that I showed on stream. It was it's like the Moss Collector, and everyone was like theorizing, dude, this guy that spends his whole life collecting moss, he's gotta be an evil spirit that is hiding inside his body. Like, no one's life can be this joyful and ineffectual and innocent. Like, there's gotta be an evil spirit inside this person. But his name was called like the Moss Wanderer or something. The Enfolder, kind and servile might, generous guardian embrace, responsible armor of others. This is what when I played 5 years ago, I was the Regent, self-styled craft master, adept collector of expert learnings, sage authority. Larker, playful laughter of living, layabout, generous jester, bemused adventurer. Magic made familiar and fair, restful depth of mind's communion, forevermore belonging. Gleaner, a force of one, non-beholden quickster, curious eye. Goodward, safety is innocence, true beats, harmonious heart, simple, undemanding purity. Imagine trying to explain strategy. I mean, that's the thing. This game is by and large just about feelings. There's not a whole lot of practical, like mechanical differences. Like you can see when it comes, like this is all the lore and world building of the character, but what really matters is what wind you are, because that you receive natural buffs according to if you're east wind, west wind, north, or south wind, and you get certain skills when you start out. So the Veiled, Shrouded, Whisper Steps, Spell-Cloaked, Veiled, Dominion, Solitary, Secret Rulers. So many people played as the Veiled, because they start with these align, and Conceal Identity are so valuable because well, Conceal Identity isn't as important. I mean, you can hide your name from other players, but Align allows you to speak to spirits. And everyone can get Align eventually, but you have like a limit to how many of these abilities can be active at any given time. So to start with this is pretty good. Murther, Heartspoken, Songweave. Okay, we started with that. I'm just gonna be what I was 5 years ago, just so I can see like how it changed over those years, because I haven't played in the last 3 years, so I don't know what all changed. So I was the Regent, the Craftmaster, Expert of Learnings, and Sage Authority. Northern Wind, which means I get a buff on skills related to being cerebral, calm, and mindful. I guess I'm calm and mindful. Mystic's Arm. I don't remember what that does. Deep Rest. Read Hearts. I forgot about a lot of these mechanics. Oh, you can get more information if you right click. Okay, Deep Rest. Ability to meditate yourself into a deep, rejuvenating rest. Able to find other travelers, finding out their personality. Oh, that's right. But there are no other travelers, so Mystic's Arm. This highlights the ground and draws a line on it for others to see. Okay, I don't think I'm going to need that. I'll just take Deep Rest. So the four main stats are sociality, physicality, spirituality, and mechanics. And I think it's as a northern wind, you can only give an advantage in sociality or mechanics. And considering interacting with NPCs is going to be the majority of what you do, I'm just going to increase sociality. Okay. Now, this was a controversial thing, is that you can't directly name your character. You can choose from names that are canon for the wind, I think, that your character is from. So you have to choose from a whole selection of like first name and last name. How does it know? I mean, I'm 38, but it assumed 39. That was a good guess. Okay, I'll just make it accurate to my own age. Upbringing. So a different, what your background story is and how this can benefit you. Growing up in the farmlands, you learned at an early age how to work the fields, care for livestock, and read the shifting of the seasons. small town. You grew up in a small settlement, learning to tend to your parents' vegetable garden and heed the individual peculiarities of neighboring villagers. Urban upbringing. You grew up in a large city, learning the business relationships between trade, crafts, supply, and demand, and the many faceted rules of the city's streets and alleys. Crafter upbringing. Your youth was spent in apprenticeship, learning the trade of your parents. You have a good understanding of nature and stone, wood, and metal. Mystic upbringing. Your child spirit was open to the mysteries. You spent your youth learning to control your mystic gifts. Yes. Lost memories. You have little recollection of your past, nor how you lost your memory, unburdened by any dark memories. Still, you imagine you know something of what is to be an uprooted tree, what it is to be an uprooted tree. Outlaw. You were raised as a cub amongst bandits, learning the tricks and skills necessary to live outside of gentle society. There's a lot of backgrounds. Naval upbringing, a child of seaborne family. You spend most of your youth on ocean-going vessels, learning the language of the waves and the weather. Child of the mountains. You grew up in mountainous terrain, tending goats, climbing rocks, exploring caves, and listening to the silent beat of the mountain's heart. Islander. You grew up on an island, shore fishing, gathering driftwood, and pondering the mysteries of the tides and the endless horizon. Oh my god, there's so many of these. So hello, Sloan, traveling in this book. This whole stream has been a brain blast of memories for me that I think barely anyone else in chat will be able to relate to, but I'm glad that this is all going on a video on my channel because I feel like this is a good summary of all of my experience with this game that is at the end of its life. It's $5 on Steam now, which originally it was $40 at launch, so this is as cheap as it's ever been, and it no longer has multiplayer because all the servers went offline yesterday. So now they updated it to just permanently be a single player game, just so people can still play, and it's now open to modding. So I'm curious from this point forward what people will do to mod it. Highborn upbringing. Lacking nothing in care and comfort, you have enjoyed a privileged childhood as a highborn, bred to shoulder the responsibility of keeping the secrets of engineering and master iron. Impoverished, like so many other children of the destitute or unfortunate for you, going to sleep cold and hungry was the norm rather than the exception. Still, you have survived where many have perished. Religious. You were raised under the influence of religious believers. After a childhood governed by strict rules and constant judgment, you are now free to pursue your own ways of worship. Born into slavery. You spent your childhood as the property of others. Without freedom to choose, you took learnings from every encounter at freedom's door, and for the first time you now stand ready to make your own life choices. And we're back to the beginning. So I'm going to do mystic upbringing, because why not? And what name? Wonder if I can actually find the exact name that my previous character had. It was Emmett, I think it was. No, Autumn, or Atem, Autumn, A-T-E-M. Well, this will take me forever. What if I just, oh, I missed 3:33, shoot. Usually at 3:33, every day, if I happen to see the clock turn to 3:33, I sing a little song, but we missed it, so we're not going to get that in my time zone. So I will click 13 times in each one of these, and maybe I'll go with that name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Vihan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Salma. Vihan Salma? You know what? Aramano. That sounds like me. All right. And you can enter your own information, but there's going to be no other players, no one else to read this. So this is new. I don't know how much you can change. So the character proportions are crazy in this game. Wait, was I able to look at the models of the other? Oh. Yeah, this is new to me. Let me take a look at the models for all these characters. Here's the Larker, Ribboned, Leaner, Woodward, Dimmed, Veiled, Murther, Crested, Weatherer, Mosswalkers, Folder. Okay, I guess it's gonna be me again. Oh my god, I have to redo my name is lost. Boredom. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Arpo. Arpo Iscani. There we go. So, 2 positive traits and 1 negative trait. Charming, sensitive, observant, cryptic, learned, focused, relentless, eager, thorough, or reflective. Cryptic. Others find your ways mysterious and puzzling. The effects from the tea you brew last a bit longer than normal. Observant. You're naturally adept at observing your surroundings. Yes. Sensitive. Gameplay effect not yet implemented. Very sensitive to the presence and judgment of others. You can see players' ghosts. Charming. You have a way of presenting yourself in a pleasant and delightful manner. Slightly better at trading. Dedication to study, research or other supernatural means grant you superior knowledge. You retain some of the knowledge of honed skills when you forget them. That's right, like I forget that you can forget skills. Run slightly faster, yes. You do a lot of walking in this game. Okay, so now negative traits. Dependent, fast talker, fear of death, fear of ghosts, unorganized, picky eater, sleepyhead, weak frame. So overly reliant on others. Fast talker, your emotes are visible for a shorter amount of time. Fear of death. You fear death a lot more. You get dealt a fear effect when you are on your last life. Damn. Fear of ghosts. Spirits from beyond hold nothing but terror for you. You get dealt a fear debuff. Unorganized. Objects randomly move around in your inventory. Refuse to eat anything but the finest fare. You're unable to eat low quality food. Sleepyhead, you waking up is a long and dreary process. You cannot run after logging in or after resting. Power weak, heavy things burden you, weak framed. You respawn with less energy after fleeing from combat. I'm gonna be boring and just be fast talker. Oh, here is where you can customize this. Okay, this was not a thing. Everyone just had to look exactly like the stock person on the side. Height. All right, big differences. Skin color. Be green. Eye color. What eyes? That's right, your eye color has an actual, like... It had an effect on something in the gameplay, I can't remember what it was. Smoldering passion, serenity, persevering. Deep serenity and persevering, support and adaptability. Humility and curiosity. Youthful humility? I am not youthful. Tempered humility and curiosity. Mastery and dedication. Okay, I'm gonna do... Marble eyes, humility and curiosity. Different hairstyles. You can have beards or eyebrows. Tiny heads. Yo. I mean, you never see your character this close anyway. Voices. Why is this so quiet? Everything else was loud as hell. It was really quiet. I'll go with C. Alright, and finally, equipment. You start your journey with a handful of items in your pack. I remember this not really being a big deal because you find stuff like this easily later on. You can right click any item for additional information. So I think there's different foods. What I think is cool is that you can only randomize your inventory, so you can't pick exactly what you want. I seem to remember that starting with a bag was the most important thing. And burden is bad. Burden is how heavy something is, and it slows down your movement. So I want the least burden backpack. 3. Oh my god. And items all have like little quotes, a bit of world building about each item. 2. Itchy hemp sack. I know people like that. 2. I don't think I'm gonna get any better than 2. 3. 1. Torn linen roll. Previous owner must have severely overestimated this roll's carrying capacity. Itchy, dense tunic. Get a roll. Glass figurine. Glass is very valuable. Leaf. And we have some reagents. Alright, I'm gonna start with this. Also with speed increase. This tunic has been sewn together with coarse threads. Plenty of exposed fibers stick out from the fabric, both on the inside and outside. Just looking at this tunic gives you a rash. Some pretty rash thinking. And finally, how did your journey begin? Not very readable. Black on dark green. I'm gonna turn the audio a bit up. How did you begin? I was on a journey at sea. I was traveling on land. I was captured. I can't remember. What region did you start your travels? If you want to begin playing with a friend on the same server, select the same options above. Well, guess what? There are no friends. Friends are gone forever. I was traveling on land. Actually, no. I don't remember my past. But I started in the north. Here we go. Achievement. Arpo Ascani. When your life energy is fully drained, you'll lose a lot. Alright, yeah. I believe there's like an intro cutscene.
The traders that lent you passage are cheerful, their spirits lifted by favorable winds. They call it the sleeping sea, and it has slumbered as it should. But names are nothing to wind. and winds will blow as they please. A storm throws itself over your vessel, shredding canvas and splintering timber. Your hopes and dreams vanish in a desperate struggle for survival. The thundering waves fade. Darkness blossoms into blinding light. They say that to survive a shipwreck is to be reborn. The sound of pattering paws is unfamiliar, and the voice that calls behind it speaks to you in an unknown tongue.
Karik, ekte kelim.
Ellie?
Samram? Hello?
Hello?
Somna?
Here we are. You make a strange fish, friend. Well, I haven't played this in so long. Right away, I'm going to enlarge the HUD because I forgot that you can change that now. Huge. I don't know how people can play games with like UI stuff just microscopic on the screen. Like their health is just like a tiny little thing in like the top left corner of the screen. Like how are your eyes not getting tired darting between the corner and the middle and the corner and the middle? Like I like having everything big and visible. And this is before I got old too. Like I just always like things to be easily visible without a lot of eye movement needed. So I even often play games in a window in the middle of the monitor so I can more easily glance over the whole screen. Got an achievement for playing the game more than 1 minute. Boy, they had like really low expectations of new players. All right, this is much better. So, trying to remember how do I even play any of this. It's been so long. 2 life petals. And because this is using real life time, we're just going to be in the night because it's 4 in the morning here. But we might be able to catch the sunrise. That'll be a nice treat. I'm quicker because I don't have any weapons. And by a fire, so I'm very comfortable at the moment. Battered and bruised. Battered and bruised was a speed run category because when you first start the game, you are permanently battered and bruised, well, until you go and seek help, and then they like give you bandages and you heal yourself. So this is like a debuff. So some people would play the whole game never bandaging themselves. So you would continually have the battered and bruised debuff. And I think there was a unique item in the game that you could only get if you remained battered and bruised throughout your entire playthrough of the game. So by removing this debuff, you actually lock yourself out from getting a certain item. But I don't even remember what the item was, and I remember it being really tedious to do, so I'm just gonna heal myself. And I'm tired. Now I can raise all the volume back up, because the ambience is very important to this. Hello. Child flashes you a shy, sympathetic smile and hands over a small necklace. Children's seashell necklace. Thanks. You don't look like you have a lot here. I made it, but you can have it. It's lucky. How do I do everything? Alright, so here's all the things that I chose. I'm already a little fast. Here's where you can manually write in aspects of yourself. Okay, inventory. So it's a lucky necklace that a child made for me. Sure, I'll wear it. Here's just filters for items. And there is no, as I said before, there is no currency. Everything has a general value, and that value is going to change depending on who you're making an exchange with. So base trade value is 7. This is 18, 10, 10. This figurine might be really valuable to someone. It depends on who it is. Okay. Now skills. In the bottom right, my webcam is right on top of the bottom right corner, so this is the bottom right of my monitor, right here. So like, could you step aside, chat? I can't see the bottom right corner. Rest, toggle hood, battle stance, and deep rest. Okay, what are the other things? Funny thing is, like, your ability to attack and flee are not learned by default. I think, like, once you get a weapon, it forces you to do it, but combat is not a big part of this game. Okay. So weird learning all this again. So I am near... Hey. Well, I'm on Batsaha Island. That's right. And the Verve is the body of water surrounding it. So this is a nice island to start in. There's the bigger world map. How do I zoom out? Here we go. Cool thing is that they released the entirety of this world, but you can only access the this region where you see the little tags, and then all the rest of this is what was supposed to be in the rest of the game's lifespan, but it's never going to reach those points anymore. But my biggest place of interest was Rivenleaf University, where all of the weird mystical stuff was going on, and I believe, yeah, Rivenleaf Academy.
Hey.
Keep clicking the hey button. And that was going to be up here.
Hey.
Stop it. And Casa. Maybe it is accessible. This was the place that was brand new. I never got to see it. Elkin Rock Coast. I remember there's a lot of ghosts hang out there. Crossings is a big market area. Harvest Route is where you would... Like, how am I remembering this stuff? I haven't played this game in 5 years. Western Harvest Route, I remember there was a random chance that you'd come across Rivenleaf University students that would have a big summoning portal out in the Harvest Route. Charwood Forest is where you'd come across the night market. Fridays and Saturdays. I should go straight to Charwood to see if I can come across the night market, because, you know, this is real life time day of the week. but I'm very far away. I have to take the boat to get out of here. Meyer T. I remember this is where like kind of the I think it's like the rural place where all the farm folks hang out. And Kuro Orchard is where the sleeper is. I should go stop by my old boy, the sleeper, who was the ancient malevolent spirit that whispers into the ears of desperate people looking for a sense of belonging, which is like, hello, right here. Little Slip. That's where the gambling would happen. I remember where you can go meet the big, like, the big bulky sloth Sephra that you can gamble with. Crescent Link, I think that's where a bunch of bandits hung out. I don't remember. Traveler's Meadow. This was the Kickstarter place where every person that contributed any sort of money to Kickstarter had their own flower in the meadow. So there's like hundreds of these flowers for all the Kickstarter people. And some of these are new places altogether. Let me check the notes real quick, because they're places that were added in the final patch that no one had ever seen. So I'm reading the patch right now, and they even spoilered all these things in case you don't want to see them. So 3 new rooms. The lighthouse, Lakatos String. You can go inside the houseboat. Lighthouse. Oh, the lighthouse in Meyer. And the sawmill. Okay, there's new interiors that no one's ever seen. New events. The stairwell in the West Wind Shores. Wait, these are spread out a bit. Most are in new rooms. Otherwise, you can take a look at these locations. Again, do not check if you don't want to be spoiled. Okay. Cellar in Western Harvest Route. That I'm curious about, because the cellar is where esoteric shit goes on. Any fireplace is a potential for an event. I think there is a Sephra of like the hearth. So there's probably some kind of spirit that might manifest at a fireplace at random times. The Flower Crown event will happen from October. Wait. Oh, they just activated an event that was meant to be a one-time thing. Happened long ago. And then they fixed some stuff. All right, so Lakatos String, the Meyer Lighthouse, and the sawmill. Definitely not going to remember any of this, but okay, so my plan is to go check out the moon viewing peak to see if the moon was ever added. That's the northern part of the island that I'm on right now. And then we'll just go to Western Verve. It sounds like I'm just making shit up, but... And then go to Crossings. And then from Crossings, we'll head to Charwood. Oh yeah, that's the plan. From here to Crossings to Charwood. And I try not to get killed in Charwood because there's, like, bandits. Alright. That is the plan. Oh, the fire went out.
Somna?
Blessed Winds, what happened to you? I heard some rumors of a pirate ship spotted off the Horn. Is that the cause of this tragedy? I'm sorry to say I don't possess any craft nor remedy to restore your health. You'd best head for the local tea house and have yourself looked after. Bro, he's walking away while I'm talking to him. Ooh, it's one of my skills is when you see little sparkles. That means I'm sensing a nearby item. Yo, Chivo. But these are bandits, I'm pretty sure. Okay, yeah. I have no weapon. I should not fight anyone. And because it's very dark, most places are going to be closed. Ooh. Holy, that is loud. Hey, I love the music, but I don't want to deafen myself. I remember there was a really weak guard, because they're called wardens, and this guard likes to fight, and you could, like, grind the hell out of fighting this one guard to, like, max out your strength. I think that's in a different island, though.
Nomad.
Hail, traveler. Many grueling tests have I endured this last season. The next one I must face is to wade across the slip crescent held high in honor of my right. Wait, what was the last thing he said? I'm afraid I still have some ways to go. Good luck in your journey, wanderer. If we meet down the road, I would ask you to challenge me to a duel. And you can kick my ass 20 times. You'd be doing me a favor. I get something? Oh, that's right. So this is the incentive for doing things, is you gain knowledge. And I really like this aspect where, because it'd be easy for a dev to be like, oh, well, your reward is just the feeling of accomplishment and things like that, which is all well and good. But there is an actual, like, mechanical reason to do things, which is this vague concept of knowledge. So anytime you talk to someone you've never talked to before, you gain knowledge, and that's how you level up. So knowledge is, you gain knowledge from exploring Braided Shore and interacting with everything that is to offer. Increasing your knowledge level gives you extra knowledge points to spend on memorizing new skills. So in general, as you go around and talk to people and do things, you get more points that can be spent on expanding your abilities, like combat, or there's going to be a whole number of other skills. Usually this is where ghosts hang out. So if I had the align ability, I'd be able to, like, chill with ghosts here, but I don't have that ability right now. I think this is the moon viewing ridge. But it's a cloudy day, and I cannot see the moon. Yeah, this is it. Moon Watcher Peak. Wait, is that a ghost? You see that? I remember seeing those before. Oh, I remember there was like a really good one-time item that you could get that's like a dude in a cave. Before I go to the island, I want to go check out this cave. I think you just have to, like, escort him somewhere. Oh, I think this is him. What? Oh, I forgot you get a debuff for like letting your clothes get wet. Ooh, a message. Workers Telk. So this would make me a little bit stronger, but make me slower. But I can... But it has good trade value, so I'm going to just hang on to it, but not equip it. That's right, you can't read the not Tyne language until you have a class. So you hang on to these until you learn the language, and then suddenly you're like, you get the ability to read. Which you can do at this island, but I hope school is open. You know, it's late. My God. Just getting achievements for like basic things. I think the cave is near Taiga Rock. Pretty sure it was here. Ugh, bandits. Oh, I think there's so many bandits here because it's nighttime. Luckily, most combat is pretty avoidable, but... Oh, here it is. I don't know how I remembered this. Yo, what's up? Haven't seen you in 5 years, dude.
Choose your roads as you would your words, with caution.
Oh, hey, Cole. Yeah, I remember Cole, you put a lot of time into this game, too. Such an interesting idea to end up dead. It's so sad. Yeah, I mean, I'm really grateful that they managed to still let you play it offline, and they patched the game so that you don't need any multiplayer stuff to progress. So it's like you can just browse through the game without having to worry about other people. Which, I mean, that wasn't my favorite parts, but better than nothing. Better than just being like, screw you guys, you can't play the game anymore. Yeah, there are modders who are actively working on this. Because one of the final patch notes, they said that they are open to assisting modders. Yeah, I think I had to bring something to this person. Not a server, but like a peer-to-peer thing. Yeah, I can't imagine something like this is too... it's too, like, intensive to host. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find any Selka in town. And then gonna learn some Velen. And not get stabbed by a bandit. Kot. Oh yes, you can pet the kitty.
Hey,
Nervous Mystic's Maid. Oh, what a relief to see a friendly face. My mistress often sends me out to gather reagents at dusk. She says some of them must be collected at twilight, and I fear some even after dark. There are terrifying things out there at night. True. And you'll know you're getting near a town when your frame rate drops like in half. Last time you played is in 2021. Yeah, I haven't played in like 4 years. Put in 58 hours? Nice. I put in 180 hours. Earlier in the stream, I was like getting brain blasted, like remembering lore and all this stuff that I had no idea that I remembered.
no, Mom.
House Pelgin. We protect our ward from danger, not from conversation. Sehen.
No, Mom.
Botanist. Greetings, way-worn traveler. I'm on a quest. Pick a grand bouquet of flowers in the colors of the Honorable House of Pelgin. My family is presently hosting an official family reception, and only fresh flowers of our house colors will do. It's tradition that the youngest highborn baronets of the house perform this duty. For each flower I pick, I'm considered a point of responsibility or duty that is demanded of me and those of our house. I travel with guards not only to keep safe from bandits or creatures from the wild. There's a constant game of hostage-taking being played between these 3 noble houses. I think I remember, like, I really must get on with my flowers. Anything with marble petals, I will claim it. The Bandito. But I remember there was a spell that you could get to disguise yourself as a bandit, and you could like go and talk to them. It was really cool. I remember just strolling on into like a big bandit base and just like taking stuff out of their treasure chests and leaving. Yo! Speaking of Selka, look who's here. I would not do well to face the dangers of this shore unprepared. Let me teach you. Well, these are the Selka, but none of them are selling anything. I played mostly as a warrior overall. Yeah, I remember there was some... The combat was so janky in the beginning, and they did like an overhaul to the combat, I think years after most of us stopped playing. And I haven't fought anything yet, so I don't know how it changed. Glassware your eyes won't believe. Yes, the glass fenders arrived. Welcome, dear customer. I have a rare selection of wondrous translucent items that come in all the way from the industrious and seclusive enclave of the Selka people. Get in here and get it while you can. Once my glasswares are gone, they are gone for good. All right, can I afford any of this? Remember, everything is through bartering, so there isn't like a thing. So I gotta see, what does this guy want? Okay, they don't care about food. That's what I'm saying. Ooh. They do care about this worker's talc. So I'm going to offer this. All these voices in my head, oh my god. Okay, I can't get anywhere near the value of all this. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna... I can't afford anything. Lawless. For some of us, banditry is the only way we know how to feed our family.
Carefully.
Eavesdropping on us, traveler? You're too late anyway. No way you can beat us to the treasures of the mountain's secret. We've been making ready for a long time, you see. I know where the mountain secret is. Take a look at heroic adventurer Kalim. Me. I spent all my savings on weapons, armor, and equipment to adventure below the ground. Not only that, as a former factory engineer, I can rely on my technical skills to handle locks, traps, and contraptions that will surely await us down in the dark. Cool story, bro. Greetings. So I'm going to remove my battered and bruised self. Think I just have to drink some tea, or I'll talk to the host first.
Sit yourself wherever you wish.
Dearest guest, please leave your troubles outside and let the gilded telescope tea house wash your worries away. All far-sailed folk and discerning locals will know my house stands ready to indulge their smallest whims. From Kassan silk cushions to Mayurtian teas and Rondabad sheet music, none of your senses will find more luxurious pleasures anywhere in the braided shore.
Sit yourself wherever you wish.
Oh my god, this whispering in my head. Here's different tea recipes, but you can just sip some of this tea for free. Yeah, the tea gives you different buffs. Ooh. I'm gonna hang on to all these knots. The tea replenishes your energy. Well, that's exactly what I want. Hunger. You lose stamina faster. Eating and drinking will replenish some life energy and cure your hunger. We'll all be...
Sit yourself wherever you wish.
Speak to my assistant in the back. Remember, it's always hard to like click specific people.
What do you need, traveler?
Ancestor's beard, nomad. What happened to you, bandits? Some wind whip thing from beyond? No matter. Let me tend to your wounds and what's left of your garments. So this would end the battered and bruised run, because there's like exclusive items that you could get if you remained battered and bruised, but I'm gonna remove it. I'll stir up something hot and nourishing for you, and we'll get you into some dry clothes. I've kept some shifts and shirts left behind by my outflown children. Don't worry, you'll right as summer rain. Oh, and welcome to the Gilded Telescope. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. All right. Achievement for curing battered and bruised. Okay. This is 2 speed. What is this? Oh, 2 speed and increased inventory. So it's just all around a big improvement. Hello there, short stopped. Welcome. Oh, I'm gonna have to play an ad in 5 minutes. What else did they give me? I think it was... Oh, a meal. So next thing I need to do is I need to acquire some lore. Ooh. That's right, here's the message board. But I can't read any of these, the knots that are tied around this bar here, because I gotta go learn the language, which I can do up here. The Secretive Mystic. I remember when we finally figured this out, like you had to reach a really high level of spirituality for them to even tell you anything. You seek deeper knowledge of magic. I know someone that could instruct you for a price. I sense that you're not ready to meet her quite yet, however. Return to me when you've garnered more life experience, and I'll review to you where you may find the Mystic Teacher. I believe the Mystic Teacher is I'm gonna dox this teacher. Is an Elkin Rock coast, and there's like an island way off somewhere. You had to like walk in the foreground. Foreground to. It was like a weird perspective thing. To walk all the way across the water, and there's this tiny island, and at a specific time of day, this like mystic teacher appears and sells you some rare stuff. I don't remember what it was. Is this the teacher? Yes.
Knowledge is gained through listening.
True. Here to visit the old man. I'm undergoing exams to be elevated to the rank of candidate here at the moment. I still have some tests left to do. I wish I felt confident enough to pass. The old man is old-fashioned, even by the standards of old folk, and he demands courtesy from his students, or he won't even as much as look at you. In the old days, not sitting down waiting for your superior to address you was considered very rude indeed. All right. Teach me. Maybe? Remember, sometimes dialogue is jank where you gotta like go back and forth.
Yes.
Oh, I might have to talk to someone else to be referred to this person to do the class. I can't remember.
Knowledge is gained through listening.
True. So I think I go to the temple. Yes. There's 1,000 ways to get rich in Batsaha, as the saying goes, Kalim. No way someone fresh off the boat like you can see all the angles, but don't worry, me and the gang can help you out. First, you gotta be able to see what customer is a hard case to avoid and who is a potential sucker. It takes expertise, I guess. Wait. How are you making it on the street? We'll be keeping an eye on you. Wow. He stopped talking to me and I missed what he said. Alright, I have a forced ad to play. I'll be back in 3 minutes. I still have like a few hours of this in me. Maybe we'll catch the sunrise. Alright, sorry for the ads. I'll be right back. All right. And we're back. Privyet, Bark. So, while I was sitting here, there was someone talking to me. Where did they go? Oh, the ship is leaving. Pretty impressive, huh, Wanderer? I've managed to capture one of these half-wind blighters without destroying it. It'll make an interesting study. Not only that, but if I could get my hands on a few Ketum cruxes. That's right, the Ketum are like giant tree people that you can fight. Then I might be able to figure out how to control Ketums, not only capture them like this. The crux is what we mystics call the center that powers the Ketum. The heart that the half-winds infuse with the motive energies that make the constructs move about. Interesting. Yes, here's all of these valuable abilities. I remember the glinted lamp. Oh, a line. Oh, these are very expensive, Douglas. I don't think they want any of my stuff. No.
Yes.
Ooh, Char Disguise. I remember using this one a lot, where it lets you turn all your clothes black. Oh, it tells you what the entirety of your inventory could potentially sell for. $355. I mean, this is a cool thing to have, but it's not essential at the moment. Here's the Malkusu, the gigantic burly folk.
Have a look at my wares, traveler.
Yes, if you have coin. It wears. I would normally get on this boat, but there is... Still need to learn the language before I leave this island. I think I just have to go all the way around this, like, cape. God, I forgot how quickly you get exhausted early on. Remember, like, when I used to play my 180-hour character, I had, like, so many energy-related items and stuff. I could just keep running forever. Well, and I think I could just transform into like a fox or something too and run even faster. There used to be an exploit with, oh, what was it? There's one of the spells that let you, like, rise really high into the air, and you could somehow do something where it would let you just, like, teleport to the other side of the zone, and people used to, like, use it like crazy to get around extremely fast. Ooh, fishing spot. I don't think I have the pole, though. No, I don't have the fishing ability yet. Because normally this means you can fish here when you have all the, like, ripples. Dandelion Temple is where I'm trying to go. I don't think this is the intended route. Yes, here's the temple dedicated to my people. Greetings, Guardian. Welcome, Dandelion. I am Raman, one of the Guardians of the Temple. By the act of your entry, you have now tied your home knot to this sanctuary. You can always return here for safety by binding a simple knot spell. The only reagent needed is a common dandelion. However, I must warn you, Wanderer, this spell only works if you are close to a nomad's rest. I forgot about that mechanic, where you can teleport to this temple if you find a nomad resting spot. Nomad's Rest. Wind shelters can be found throughout Braided Shore. Find a Nomad's Rest and you can find your way back here. Now step further into the temple, traveler. Ron, wishes to speak to you. That's right. I think knowledge points. I think requires you to be close to a nomad's rest. Okay. Hello, Green Cockapoo. The reviews have not been kind to the server. I wonder if they'll suddenly delist this game. I don't see any reason why they would delist it, because the servers are down, yeah, but they patched it in order to make it offline playable, and they rebalance stuff so that you don't need other players to cooperatively like open doors or whatever things. And they lowered the price to just $5. So I don't see any reason why they would delist this. It's just like passive money for them. Yeah, it's just a single player game now. Which, I mean, I love the cooperative multiplayer aspect, but like, that's like what kept me playing 5 years ago. But I'm now just playing this just out of nostalgia because I put 180 hours into this, and it's just like kind of been a nice nostalgia trip for me to come trying it out again. Yeah, the art direction, the music, it's just gorgeous. And it's a type of game you really have to be patient for. It's definitely does not have mainstream appeal. Like any review I watch online, there's people that play MMOs, that play like WoW and all that, and they're like, oh, this is an MMO, and they play this, and they're like, I don't get it, there's nothing to do, no one plays this, is dumb, and then they just leave. So it's definitely not for everyone. Concentration and knowledge is required from any student of magic. I hope you have not forgotten my first words to you. As for your nearest future, know that there is a darkness slowly building to lay siege upon this temple, and that we will call for your aid when that evil time comes. Perhaps it is the evil spirit that I wish to go into the cave and support later, if it's there. So arm yourself with wisdom and strength of many colors. You must make your own way now. We will meet further down the road. Keeper's Blossom. Interesting. The keeper suggested you seek out and offer a flower to the Deeplander that roams in the western... Oh, this is who I'm supposed to give this to. That is what I was remembering. Okay. You didn't even know this game exists until this stream. Yeah, it's had a troubled past, like development past, because like, I mean, I don't know as a fact that a lot of these things happen, but I know that the team was really unprepared to handle a big multiplayer game, and they raised a ton of Kickstarter money, and you know, people set their bar really high when they kickstart a game, and it had a lot of trouble at launch. Servers weren't working, people couldn't play, it was like super laggy, so they got like review bombed at launch because of all of that, and then they eventually stabilized and it became a playable and really fun game for like a year. And then patches were so few and far between because they were just trying to do technical things to fix the server stability, and people started exploring everything, seeing everything, and there just wasn't new content added for a very long time, and people are starting to get bored of it. And but it's like oh nice, this increases walk speed for 600 seconds. I'll eat that right now. But it's like, I think that's part of the issue, is that the average person just doesn't have the patience for a game like this, so it never really caught on. And I think the team grew a lot because the launch made a lot of money, so their team grew a lot, and I think they just weren't able to keep up with what they wanted to do with the game. And then they had to lay off a bunch of people, and I don't know, it just kind of fell apart. It's just kind of like games that are driven really closely, or driven, not, I don't want to say purely, but heavily on art and all of that, they tend to fall apart pretty quickly, because like the gameplay mechanics and everything kind of fall through because so much emphasis is put on the way things look and sound, which I enjoy. But then the longevity of a game starts to fall apart because it's hard to rely solely on just the good looks of a game. You gotta like keep people playing and interested. Oh, I guess I shouldn't have eaten those worms. Oh, that's right. Because normally, this is a moment where if this was multiplayer, because I'm really weak, like my physicality is just 1. But if I were with another player that also had 1 physicality, the 2 of us would have been able to cooperate and pull this plant up from the ground. But now I just have to get strong enough to do it alone instead of being able to work with another player. Yeah, the game is made by artists and not game designers, which I mean, it's easy to, I mean, I agree. It's easy for that to sound demeaning. We're like, oh, a bunch of artists that don't know what they're doing. Like, I think they all had really big, beautiful dreams for the game. And that's where I think like all the money and the budget and everything went into developing just a beautiful look, and they couldn't keep up with the mechanical development of everything else, which like the mechanics of this game aren't that complex. So I'm wondering what it was that was the big thing holding him back. It's just like a... Because like it's each server held 7 players, so it's not like they're trying to sustain like 500 player servers or anything. Okay, I wonder if I can make this nausea pass if I rest for a bit. I can't remember how these work. Maybe not. It's gonna have to walk it off. Not get stabbed by a bandit. I know that optimizing this game was a daunting task, because they actually, this is made in Unity, and they actually did a, because the Unity team does live streams on Twitch where like they do like a developer spotlight thing where they bring in a team and they talk about how they use the engine and stuff like that. And they brought this team in, and I remember them taking a look at one of these scenes in the Unity editor, and they were explaining just like how really demanding running a game like this is. Because it's like when you look at the shape of... Okay, I don't think it'll show here, but the way that these scenes have to be set up to look this way is really strange. They're like the really long hallways, and the camera is sitting super far away, and it's like zoomed way in order to flatten everything out and make it look more storybook-like. But the result is that between the camera and the player, there's a tremendous amount of layers of things, a lot of which you aren't seeing. So like they had to make like a custom system to know how to cull different layers at a time. And they made like custom shaders for how stuff is rendered. And I don't know. So I think it's like a deceptively demanding game. Like you might look at it and be like, oh, it's just a bunch of JPEGs overlapping. What's the big deal? But something about it made it a really demanding game. And they had to like come up with their own proprietary system to handle this. Like when you go into like crossings or the bigger cities, like frame rate plummets. I don't know if they ever improved it. So I'm still on like the starter island right now. Wait, where is that cave? Oh shoot, it's up this way. Oh wait, no. I hear the singing lady. Here she is.
Choose your roads as you would your words, with caution.
Well, I am choosing this road cautiously. I I see that you've been given a Temple Keeper's Blossom Wander. I find it a chore to banter with strangers, but with you I will gladly speak for a moment. You might have already noticed reagents in nature along your travels. Gathering them requires a keen eye, knowledge of where to search, and patience. I can teach your eye to spot reagents needed for magical purposes. Magic brews and spell knots use many of these same reagents. Jade algae grows in streams and lakes, for instance, while dandelions can be found in sun-soaked meadows. Knots are not only used for binding spells, knots are also the traditional written form of the Velen language. Learning it can be costly, but I know of a teacher that might be able to help you for free. However, he's very strict. He has a house in the upper city. Look for a scholar wearing a yellow coat. Oh, and remember to greet him in the old-fashioned by sitting down, or he'll most likely ignore you. Aha, that's why. But I can't run because I ate a worm that was supposed to improve my running speed. And I'm still nauseous for 2 more minutes. So we're gonna have to slowly stroll. Yeah, that's like an issue with rendering 2D art in a 3D engine, is trying to like preserve the resolution of the art, because this is all like really lots and lots of really high resolution textures all loaded into texture memory at all times. Like VR chat is a good example where people will be like, oh, I don't understand why my 3D model is causing so many problems. It's really low poly, and then you look at the model and it has like a 4K texture that's like 80 megabytes because like they want the highest resolution and the crispness of everything, and this game relies so much on like crisp edges. So I could see that this is probably exceeding texture memory like crazy. And part of the art of like environment design and stuff is things like trim sheets and knowing how to use things in repetition without seeing that repetition, like recycling things and just being strategic. Yeah. I can see that shadow that's moving around. It's a malevolent spirit that wants to harass me. But I ain't got time for malevolent spirits. Oh, I can run now. I gotta go learn how to read first. And like I said, this game is tied to real life time. And in my time right now, it's like 5 a.m. So we're going to be gifted with the sunrise, which I wanted to go check out the night market, which all the night market people pack up and leave when the sun comes up. So I guess we're not going to be able to see the night market. All right. I will have a seat right here. What have we here? A stray Kalim flying into my house.
And a well-mannered one at that. How nice. You must be here to learn to read Velen writing, am I right? That requires discipline, time, love, don't you know? Are you quite ready? Sitting comfortably? It will be quite a lot to absorb in one sitting, so let's begin. Haridasam, Haridasem, Haridasim. Good, now for the rest. Gareng, Garong, Garim. Desem, Deset, Desarem. Amka, Amkana, Armaga. Wait, isn't my name Amka? No, it's Arpo Ascani, never mind. I have pupils to cross-examine. Alright, easy. Please respect the sign above my door. Okay, so now I need to take this. Deep. Wait, no, where is it? Oh, I have to learn. All right. Learning to read is easy. So now I can view the sign on his door. High Scholar Hamet, do not disturb. All right. Oh, now I can read the notes that are in my inventory. Musical score. Was I a sailor, a pearl of deep-sea beauty, a woodsman, the rarest forest rose, a farmer, the finest steed eyed for you chose? But I'm a simple warden, nothing such I have for you. Was I a merchant, finest dressed of Casa silk, a mystic, a cup to keep you ever young? A minstrel, thy name forever sung, but I'm just a simple warden. No such gifts have I for you, but should you join me through life's garden, you'll have a steady arm to lean on too. For I am but a simple warden, as is my gift for you. This is one of the knotted silver threaded cord is one of the unsolved mysteries of the game, for what I remember, because you collect like 16 of these, and they all have little hints about something, and I think it was theorized that these are all meant to be hints about how to get into the underbelly, which was added later. But they just let you walk in and not have to solve some puzzle. So I don't know what their intention was. All right. So I'm too poor to do most things here. But I think it's time for me to leave this island. I think there was a button to hide all of the HUD. What was it? Backspace. Yes. Every game needs an ability to do this.
Wait, one of these docks is the boat you leave on, and one is the one you arrive on. Which one is this? New to Batsaha, traveler. As it is a trading post, it can be quite lively at times, I can tell you. But maybe you're headed for the Dandelion Temple? If so, you should walk south along the shore. Oh, wait, okay, this... Wait. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. This goes to the Verve, and then the other one goes to Meyer. So this is the right one. Remember back in the day, you'd see players running from the other side of the map. It's like, oh my god, the boat's gonna leave. Because you have to wait like 5 real-life minutes for the boats. Meyer? No. Wrong boat? No. Get off. I don't want to go to the Meyer. Yeah, and the ability to hide the HUD should always just be a single key press. It was so annoying is that, I don't remember what game it was I was playing, where the devs were so insistent, like, oh yeah, we have the ability to hide the HUD, just go into the options and turn it off. It's like, I don't want to have to push escape and click options and then go into the menu and then click turn off and then go all the way back out. I just need to be able to just be like boom, 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 boom. And like this game did it perfectly. Even though it still shows the little things in the corner. I wish it wouldn't do that. Wait. Oh, okay. Alright, this is the correct ship. While we wait... Western Verve. Or if this was German, it would be Westernwerf. Westernwerfer. Away we go. Walking out for sleep. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Green Cockapoo. Yeah, just know that this game requires a lot of patience. There's a whole wiki that I helped make that has a lot of information, and it's so much of it you'll almost never come across on your own naturally. And that was part of the deterrent for a lot of people, is that in the early days this was very much like a collaborative word of mouth kind of game. Like, I only learned as much as I know because we were like talking back and forth on Discord with people, and it just became a big like group effort. So it's going to be really hard to get much done by yourself. But if you're the type of person that likes to, you know, have patience and do it by yourself, I mean, maybe it is your type of game. You never know. Well, the boat ride is way less laggy. The game used to potentially crash when you went on a boat. Oh, there's a... I remember this dock area had a good trader. Well, that's new. There never used to be a sound effect for that. Oh. Fancy. So now I have increased knowledge. But I don't really need any more knowledge right now because I don't really have things to learn. Good evening, Kalim. Hello. Wait. I think if I sit near a fire, I can get like a special buff. Maybe not. Oh, it's raining, that's why.
Hello?
Hello. If you look around you, you can see that at the moment all the tax and trade goods stored for transfer here at Junction is in immaculate order. It truly pleases my soul that times my documentation is correct down to the smallest detail. Might you be interested in some insight into our work? As shipping administrator, me and my assistant keep careful tabs on all the outgoing Junction goods. Private merchants charter our services to ferry. Okay, yeah. Wait, what was that last part? Okay. There isn't a, wait, is there a journal? I forgot they were going to integrate a whole like journaling system. But it said, if you have ideas for features you would like to see in the future version, please send your feedback to the Discord. Funny. Yet tragic. Here's the bank. Okay, there was someone here that was a good trader. It was like a lost and found. Oh, wait, who was it? Is it this guy?
Yes.
Take nothing for granted, brother.
Weird mystic. Do I have a story to tell, Kalim? You won't believe me. I am, or used to be, or perhaps I will be, a mystic apprentice. My master is experimenting with time portaling, and I'm the one she sends to test her spells. Let's say portaling back and forth in time has given me a couple unexpected revelations. First one is scientific and quite revolutionary. I'm sure you have heard of this newfangled pseudoscience called astronomy. Well, color it pseudo no more, and I'm the proof. You might find this hard to believe, but but you and I are in fact standing in my master's university laboratory in Rivenleaf. But how can that be, I hear you say? Well, it so happens that it is the world that has changed position through the universe. Every time I portal through time, I appear in a different location from where I last cast the spell, you see. This proves the movement of the heavenly bodies. Furthermore, I appear more or less along the same axis. I see you understand the implications of this. This planet is traveling in a repeated trajectory. So, again, the pioneer astronomer's theories appear correct. I'm looking for cheap cider to buy. Got any? I have this ingenious way of maturing cider. It's quite revolutionary. Since I'm risking life and limb for my master in her portaling experiments, well, the idea struck me I could make some serious profit if I buy cheap cider, travel back an age or so and bury it, and then when I return to the future, the cider is worth many times more. Now, did you have any cheap cider or not? Forgot about that. I do not have any cider. Got a new message. Life is misery. If someone tries to persuade you otherwise, they are looking to trade you something. Damn, dude. Okay, I'm going to check out the crossings. I do not need to take the train. Not yet, anyway. Wait. Let me cross the track real quick. Wait, how do I do this again? Oh, there we go. Here's a fairly big city we're going to visit. Oh, one of the new locations is here. I think it's the sawmill. One that they added with the final patch. It was incomplete, but they decided to like patch in a bunch of stuff that was in progress. Well, here it is. Wait, travel to mill? Oh. Obtain a bait item? I obtained a bait item by walking into here? Wheat flour. Oh. I think I have too many things. What is taking up so much space? Oh, I'm carrying giant rolls of carpet. So I wish games would have a better representation of the amount of space something is taking up in your inventory. Because it's one of my most hated things in games with inventories is like, okay, why am I so heavy? And then a tiny little thing representing a giant heavy thing. It's like it should be a different color, or it should just be big in the inventory, like Diablo, like with armor taking up more spots, or like Resident Evil or something. You shouldn't be able to accidentally be carrying too much. It should be very obvious when you're carrying a big heavy thing. Well, cool. That was a place that was never in the game before. Usually it means there's like a chance of some kind of event happening there if you're there at the right time in the right place, or right time and day of the week. I remember one of these people, I think it's the Kane. He has like a quest. The Artificer of Enchanted Staves and Rods. I can construct you a wondrous cane for you if you bring me any good quality cane, any chunk of jade, and a sturdy hemp rope. Good quality cane, chunk of jade, and sturdy rope. Wait, what was that? Oh, I forgot you can do this. You can hold down tab and it shows you all of the like interactable people in the area. If it's jade shard, I think it has to specifically be chunk of jade.
Winds and melodies are one and the same. Winds and melodies are one and the same.
Okay. Artificer of Enchanted Garments. Give you a magic robe if you bring me good quality leather cloak, rare jewelry, and an ancient poem knot. There's also a ghost you can talk to over here, I remember. There's like this little spooky house. Yeah, Tetris-style inventories. Oh, but I need the align ability. Otherwise I can't see the ghost. Wreath that will make me more spiritual but less social. Shouldn't I be able to read these?
Chinese Union calendar.
Oops. 4 roads meet at the crossings, and I keep an eye on all of them. Rivenleaf, investigator. Hello again, Kalim. Let me know if you find any evidence of why the Ketums and the Maisu have disappeared. That's right, the Maisu are these, like, super aggressive, evil spirits that will, like, one-shot kill you if you encounter them. If you remember my video that I showed earlier in the stream, this is the site of one of the events that happens at, like, what is it, it's like every Tuesday and Thursday during the day. All of these market booth things are full of people. You can get a cursed ring that you're not supposed to know is cursed. Okay, so I think Western Harvest Route, that's a place I want to go. East Route? Crossing Station. Wings and melodies are one in the same. Oh, that's right. Supposed to eat something. Wait, Elk and Rock Coast. There's a chance to see a ghost here. But let me eat something first. How is there an hour has already passed? Ads are trying to play again? Look, there's a ghost moving around. See the shadow? But I need alignment to be able to actually interact with the ghost. Oh, I gotta learn how to fish too. The stray cat. So I believe this cat is based off of a cat that lived at the company's office. Yeah, Flick. I don't know why all the water here is red. I don't know if that's like a shader thing. Oh, I think it's because sun is starting to rise in the game. I don't think I'm going to be spiritual enough to be able to use this altar. Oh, I am. What am I blessed with? Fills my spirit with energy. How much energy are we talking? Huh. Sometimes those things can turn you into like ghost deer and foxes and stuff, and then you can run around really fast. Wait, is this how I get to Charwoods? Jade Urn. Jade Urn is like peak mystery headquarters. Oh, there's ghosts wandering around here. And Omeen. The Omeen are these little like rock spirits that scurry around. Ad is gonna play 2 minutes. Shaggy ink cap. Am I strong enough? Nope. So this is a top secret meeting place of forces unknown. I don't think we ever figured out the purpose of this place, unless they changed it. Ooh, also, I'm pretty sure Jade Urn is where a Maisu can potentially spawn and obliterate you, which would be most unfortunate. Forgot about the mystery music. Stay a while, listen. Hello? Are you going to fight me? These people are new. Oh no, ad in 5 seconds, sorry. I'll be right back, 3 minutes. We'll figure out who these people are in a sec. All right. There's things that are quietly stalking me. What else is new?
Hey,
Pushing the hay button. Forgot if you sit down. Oh god, everything's like inverted now. If you sit down long enough, the little like Omeen stone spirit things will like slowly get closer to you, and then as soon as you move again, they scatter away. It's a nice little detail. I don't remember these people at all. Seem to be mysterious. Oh, they're wild hunt elders. He-wolf? She-wolf? So this is the Moonwell. And here's an Elden statue. This is one of the mysterious figures related to like the origins of the world, and we never figured out what these statues were, but this apparently, because we never got a moon in the game, that the moon was going to have some sort of qualities where depending on the phase of the moon, that this moon well, it's like a cave that has like a hole in the top, and then the moon would like drip some kind of special qualities, special moon juice into the water, and you'd be able to do something with it. But we never got the moon, so this was all just kind of left as theoretical stuff. Okay. Points towards the elder. Only the youngest and the eldest are allowed to speak during the wild hunt, outsider. You share a custom to take the cleansing before going out on a sacred hunt, washing away the scent and sentiments of the person, mimicking what we hunt, understanding, becoming.
Anger and mist is all that awaits you in Gaza these days.
What Riven Leaf Standard Guard Blade? Dude. I don't remember this being in the game. String blade that bears the peacock sigil of the Hab dynasty on its pommel. Wait, I have something that's just really valuable to this guy. What is it? The worker's talc. Huh. Oh, driftwood dust altogether. 10 times 21, so like 210. I don't remember what I used the dust for. Spear tips. Hide in water. Enable the student to hide under the surface of the water while still being able to breathe. Interesting. Well, in order to get this blade, I'd have to give them all of my inventory, which I don't want to do.
Nature cares not for politics.
Alright, she-wolf. Let me just steal all your mystical flowers first. Old clothing. It's too heavy, I don't want to carry that. He-wolf. Wolf meets your eyes and you feel inspired. Oh, he buffed me. Makes me feel more determined. Restores your energy and endurance. Cool. you. The wolf meets your eyes and you feel nurtured. She-wolf fills your spirit with energy. Just got a bunch of buffs. So that's a good life lesson. If you ever see any wolves out in the wilderness, just look them directly in the eye and they will bless you. So this is part of the mystery of the Elden statues, is that they all have a mechanical interaction, which made people think that you have to do some sort of like global thing with all of these hidden statues around the whole world. They had to like do something to all of them in a certain order to make something happen. I don't think anyone ever figured it out. Sculpture's display mechanism appears loaded with enough mechanical skill. The mechanism could possibly be activated, and it's like a huge amount of skill needed, right? Oh, just one. I think somewhere higher. Winter blossom shade, no struggle ever in vain. Green shoots regrets, the lawmaker.
Anger and mist is all that awaits you in Casa these days.
Yes, she's talking about the casa. So this wasn't the mysterious meeting place I was thinking of. There's a place within here that takes you to the mysterious place, and I believe it is northwest. Can't remember the name of the place.
If the path is strange, the strange guidance.
Pale wanderer, what brings you to this part of the wilderness? I'm looking for pieces of a treasure. Old lockbox. That's right. And this treasure does actually exist, and you can find it. Pretty sure the map documents is put in the right place. Where I can tell, it should be right on top. It should be very shallowly buried. Each easy to reach. If only it could be located. Will you help me look for it? Well, one of my passive effects is locating hidden treasure. Oh, it's a ghost hangout spot. Oh wait, I think it's a shade spot. Because remember, there's a difference between ghosts and shades in this universe. I think shades are the ones that want to hurt you. Pay no mind to me. Pretty sure this treasure should be close. think is just like a pixel that you have to hover over. Another weird mystic just appeared out of thin air. It's the one that wants me to give them cider so they can go back in time. Which I think it's funny that their theory about portaling is that when they make a portal, that it stays, the portal appears anchored in space. So as the Earth rotates under it, the portal stays in place. So all they have to do is go into a portal, and then they're in like this suspended state. Then as the Earth rotates, they remain in place. And then they come out of the portal, and then the Earth had rotated, so then they appear at a different part of the Earth because they were unmoving while the Earth moved. Cool. Wandering Bandito. At least I think you are. Whoa! Okay. Do not kill, please. If you hang around too long, they'll actually, like, fight you. And I don't have a weapon! I don't really need all this stuff anyway. I'm gonna go to the... Oh yeah, I can open this. Leveled up from pulling a root out of the ground. Boy, do I feel special. But what did it reveal? More roots, I guess? You can go in the outhouse? This is new. What? I did not see this when I used to play. It's a whole underground chamber? Bunch of druggies down here? Or herbalists, quote unquote? Oh hey, I guess they're not threatening.
If the path is strange, the strange guide us.
True. Friend, I don't think you've been invited to this place. You should leave.
What wind brought you here, nomad?
Should you be here?
Path is strange.
You have not been invited. Leave.
Brought you here,
I think how this works is if there's like a treasure box nearby, and if I try to loot it, they'll all attack me. And I'll have to run. Could be thinking of a different encounter though. Okay, whatever, dudes. Ooh, I think this is one of the secret entrances. Is it back here? Yes. Oh wait, no, this isn't the... Wait, where... That's the Char Woods. I think it's the northeast corner. This Charwoods is cool and all, but I want to go to the place that isn't on the map. I think it's over here. The like mysterious meeting place that I don't think ever had a known purpose. Ooh. This has got to be it. Come on. Is this... Let me see. Yes, it is supposed to be here. Northeastern corner. Exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, it's supposed to be right here. Was I not doing it right? I mean, yeah, maybe because sometimes there's like places where you can only visit during certain... Oh, wait, no. Yes, here it is. Okay, I just had to be stepping in exactly the right spot. So this is a place that never had any known purpose and was suspiciously absent of any NPCs other than just wandering deer. So I'm curious if anything has changed, yet instantly debunked. This place is extra spooky. Anyone here? Wait, there is someone here. Hello? They do not wish to acknowledge me. Comes the deer. And this is the site of many of the Elden sculptures. Let's just activate them for funsies. The Machinist. I unveiled the sculpture 11 rains before the day. Wait, Singer Rosary? I think this is a part of the mainline story. Animal skull. Yes, even got an achievement for it, because this, these rosaries are the main story of the game. Oh, my inventory is full. So it says, note to self, regarding my rosary nodding, I think I have now collected enough string to cover the telling of the story of my journey. To make sure I husband it well, I will begin each day with the color of string I have the most of. I will use them thus: umber, jade, sulfur, marble, cinnabar, cobalt, char. This will have the added benefit of making it easy for me to arrange my collective Arrange my narrative in chronological order when the time comes for me to compile all my rosaries into my complete travel journal scroll. So this is instructions on reading the rosaries. Administrator Nibu. 3 reigns before the day. I don't think I ever deciphered what that even means. Never figured out what the day is. Architect Haruk. 1 reign before the day. Oops. Librarian Olakar. 2 reigns. My daughter's birth. 3 reigns. Turn me into a ghost, please. Oh, not spiritual enough, never mind. And they just handing out all the chivos. All right, now this is the real mystery of this place. Is this giant, open, ornate meeting place that nothing ever happened in. I love the atmospheric room tone. There is no such thing as worthless wood, since all of it burns beautifully. From Many Manel, 10 years old, aspiring arsonist. Oh, this is valuable. Remember I used to come to this place to a specific thing that this had a big concentration of. Maybe it's feathers? Ooh, I missed the box. Ooh. Increased speed. Oh, but I'm hungry. It is completely unnecessary when developers put a lot of extra effort into making chewing sounds as pronounced as possible. Oh wow. I am not strong enough for that. What I really enjoy about how music and ambience is done in this game, and I think there's other games out there that do this, but I really like when it's just sort of layered on, and as you go in and out of certain areas, it'll kind of drift. It'll start playing for a while and then stop playing. It's just like the overlapping layers of things is so nice. Rather than like, okay, here's the one looping music and this music just loops and it instantly restarts. It's nice when a song plays for a little bit and then stops for a while, and then maybe a slightly different version plays for a little bit and then it stops, and it's just like the layers of everything just makes it so much more appealing. Okay, well, it appears that really nothing that different. Nothing was really changed much. But now... Okay, I'm gonna go into Charwood. And then Western Harvest Route.
Plazas are awful.
Why are you so mysterious? Why don't you talk? I mean, talk in text. Oh wait, this is the wrong side. The thing is that because I'm playing this offline, there is no server, so you can't server hop to try to get a higher chance at getting rarer events. Like I can't just go to an Australian server. Guess I could probably just change my system time. But I feel like messing with your computer's time like messes up a lot of other things on your computer. Or maybe modders will just add like the ability for you to just change the time whenever. This kind of makes everything less special. Oh my god, going the wrong way. What I think I'll do for like the next hour is make my way up north. Then, as the sun is rising, we'll be at the north coast because you can't rotate the camera in this game. So your best view of the sky is going to be just going to the northern edge so that you can be looking out into the distance. So we should have a good view of the sunrise. And I'm pretty certain the night market is going to be gone. Oh, hey. Oh, you can gamble with these guys. Don't worry, we're off duty. Gives you a welcoming look. Take a seat, Wanderer. Are you a player?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Greetings. Please forgive the noise, but we get really into our games. Yeah, I can gamble with this guy. I don't want to gamble with my life. Alright, Charwood's one of my favorite places. Not going to be as interesting as the sun rises, because Charwoods is all about the nightlife. And Resna, the lady from the video, is going to be right here. She has a pet, Ketim, which is the big stone, or the big tree creature. I can hear him walking right now. There he is. Normally these things would kick your ass, but this is a pet. Get one of the best songs in the game. Glowing umber moths swirl around the discarded mystical tools.
I have foreseen our meeting, Nomad.
Greetings, Wanderer. What brings you this far into the forest, I wonder? Oh, and don't let Reuben alarm you. He'll only rip the legs off evildoers. You should be pretty safe. You should be perfectly safe, I think. I've quite a few projects running about the place, some of which are powered by human emotion. It might be that you have things in your pack that could be useful to me. If you do, you could have your pick of wondrous creations I have amassed over the seasons. Which reminds me, I have a new singer rosary. And these rosaries are a part of the mainline story, marble colored. Goodbyes from the Night Bathers. I promised to write, I pledge to return. Miller needs a few more lessons soon. As I shouldered my pack and had time for one last wave goodbye before the forest road took me, soon I will miss the quiet clicks of the old pavilion gaming pieces. So this tells you to talk to the Night Bathers. And there's a group of people that all bathe together at night. I think it's out in the orchard. You gain a lot more information about the story.
I have foreseen our meeting, Nomad.
So here's the lady that sells some of the rarest items in the game. And I remember the thing that I really liked. Where was it? Luminous oil lantern, I remember, was useful. A really bright light source. And made you more spiritual. Ooh, and the spirit band. When you wear the spirit band, I think it kind of gives you like a ghostly outline, which I thought was really cool. And the skull, of course. Carry a skull around. But all of these things are far too expensive for me this early on in the game. So I don't think I have anything too valuable to her. Because her highest value are in these little, like, knot things that are given to you for completing quests. Which I haven't done any of yet. Game, hello? Oh, there. Oh, I remember that depending on if the night market is active or not, sometimes there'll be different things happening, and one of the chance encounters is a big gathering of mystics doing some kind of like ritual, and it's really cool to watch. Should be right here. It's a game fully playable in single player. Apparently, I mean, that's like what the last patch that they did yesterday. It basically just sort of negates the need to cooperate with other players. And there isn't an end to this game. I don't know if they ever planned on having an end, because it's meant to just be a continuous sandbox of stuff that they just add more to, and you get more items and participate in more events and all of that. I don't think there was ever planning on being an end. All right, well, this is... Ooh, okay, so the night market isn't happening, but there is some kind of ritual happening. Let's see what's going on. Ahem wa omem wow. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna wander through. Oh, these are not binders.
I have foreseen our meeting, Nomad.
The ritual is in a critical phase. Any outside spellcasting will have unforeseen effects. Any magic disturbance to the ritual at this stage is going to prove ruinous. Wait, what does this say? The two wanderers. Do not disturb my master's ritual, Nomad. Ritual is supposed to give us great insights. Oh, that's right, there's a box. I'll take both of these. I think one of these people has a quest. Telling me to be quiet. This place is said to harbor a curse from many hundreds of seasons ago. It's said to manifest during lightning storms. They are from Rivenleaf, okay. Our journey from Rivenleaf was so very long, I pray any mishaps that might occur may be set right. I hate for my master's efforts to have been in vain.
I have foreseen our meeting, Nomad.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, these are the people that changing the volume. These are the people that, because of the mainline story, have been kind of outcasted from society because they're students practicing mysticism. Can I use this altar? Where are you going? What is this pathfinding? The hell? Okay. Wait, I think one of these items gave me spiritual. Oh, I can sort. There we go. Physicality, or minus physicality. Sociality. Oh, never mind. To give an offering to the Sephra. I don't know. What do you want? How about piece of wool? Extra ward. It's not really what I wanted. Ward is basically damage for combat. I don't remember what items equate to what results. How has time passed so fast that I'm already have an ad in 3 minutes? Mist Keeper's Toe. This is one of the new places. I mean, everything kind of looks very similar at night. Wait, who's this? Or is that a deer? Is that a deer? Oh, it's some kind of like goat, rabbit thing? Huh. Oh, it is a goat. So you can see it's getting brighter out. We're towards the northern part of this land, which should let us see. There is a new place here. I think the new place is that I can go inside this boat now. Alright, so I've never seen this. Ooh. There's some weird Selka stuff going on. Who are very small. Bedik. Sometimes the smallest fruit has the hestuhat flavor. Have you ever played Hatat Fidek? It is the Malku contest of endurance. You take turns eating hot foods, and whoever lasts the longest wins. Quite a veteran of this At with a pit of sim. So to give you a chance, I will not be participating. Eat the 3 hot foods that I give you and talk to me with all 3 burns still on your pillock. Making shit up. Haha, you may even run away, drink something, and the heat will not disappear. Only time will solve you, but remember you must still feel the burn when you talk to me for the reward. If you fail, you may talk to me again for another round. Cool story, but I'm just gonna steal stuff in your boat. Who's this?
Welcome to you, wanderer.
Cordialities, Sem. I have the honor of speaking on behalf of my venerable master. I would implore you to accept my coming words as theirs. This one has traveled many shores. 3 minutes till ads. This one has had their possession confiscated by the misguided Mordants. This possession is a compilation of information that this one has need of. This one would reward you if you brought it back. A compilation of information. Let me screenshot this. So says my master. But who confiscated it? Ooh, so these are the rewards that they're offering, are these thankful knots that you can spend at Resna. And then 3 teacups that have like 475 value a piece. Need to bring this glass disc wherever it is. Have to look around. All right, 3 minutes of ads. I can't snooze them anymore. I'll be back. If anyone out there is still awake. Here we go. right. So I guess let us continue.
We see all, nomad.
How fares the night wanderer? They come at night. Those who cheat the council out of their tax revenue, not to mention those who try to bring prohibited goods into the market. As a stranger, you might find the concept of prohibited goods odd. It is somewhat of a relic of the Haljan age. The more or less lived on as a tradition. Intoxicating products was judged detrimental to the constructive and fighting spirits of the realm, except for the obviously detrimental effect of dragon weed, which that was traditionally classed as contraband, is now fully legal to trade. It's up to the council to debate what products get branded contraband and what does not.
Yes.
So this is a new location too, inside of the lighthouse. The warden apprentice is sleeping soundly. Their confiscated goods appear unguarded. Well. Uh-oh. Do I have a way of boosting my... Oh, I got a couple of these. These are the burning hot things I'm supposed to eat in front of the other dude. Do I have anything that can boost my mechanical? It's... Mechanics is 0 at the moment. Even though it seems like it gave me all the things that I need. There's a prisoner in this lighthouse? Well met, friend. Have you come to admire the view? I'm responsible for keeping the lighthouse fire lit, so I get to relax here every night and just take it all in. Feel free to stay as long as you like, I don't mind. Well, this is a lovely view. Okay, so I need to eat a bunch of hot food in front of the Malkusu dude. So that he can laugh at me.
Somna!
Okay, so I have to eat 3. All right, time to die. A hot deck. Hot deck. I'm eating a hot deck. Doesn't sound good. Oh, it literally kills you. I can't eat even one more or I'll actually die.
Somna!
Great. So I can't actually complete this. Can't remember how I get more life petals. It's been so long. Well, darn. I guess I have to, like, get enough petals that I can eat all of the hot food together without dying and then speak to the dude. And then I don't have enough mechanical to steal from the sleeping guy. I can't really do anything here. So I guess I'm gonna go to Western Verve. I think I can just go right here. A really nice ability that I need to find that allows you to move at like double speed when you're on a path. It's this guy again.
Plazas are awful.
So there was some new thing to be seen here. Let's see, what is it? Oh, it's an event that can happen in the cellar that's in this area. Who dis? North, south, east, east, west. Heed the gales that blows the best. Cool story, bro. Oh, this is one of the nomads' rests. This is where I can teleport to the island that I started at. Ooh, a torch. Only you could have seen it, Kalim, the city with spires taller than trees, airships crossing the sky, delicious dishes sparkling of fire and ice, glass carriages traveling silent as whispers to the earth.
Hello.
Surely you would also consider the city to exist outside of common time and space. Many-color bannered of free-floating lights, the mighty land striders crossing a street with each step, pavements of glittered crystal, bath chambers engulfed in vanilla-scented steam. Where does this all connect to? If you're going to go to the Verve, I think Casa is the only place that I never got to see. So I guess that is where I should go. So I gotta go to... I can go directly to Crossings. I think I just have to go southeast. I wonder why the sun hasn't come up fully yet. It's still very dark. Hello, Wanderer. Talking all day to my students, I keep forgetting if I've introduced myself. Skiffbot Asso. I'm a journey aspirant striving to earn the rank of candidate. I'm from the city Asso by the canal. As a stranger to this land, you might not be familiar with the bot. Means from. Oh, like Bot Saha.
If the path is strange, seek strange guidance.
Do not take more than you need. The sun will always rise. Masterless key collector? I seem to remember this. Sephra's blessing, Sem. If I can open a locked container for you, my price will be the container itself. Contents, whatever they may be, are all yours. They are of no interest to me. God, you can dig through people's graves and find locked containers, and you like bring it to this guy and he'll like open them for you. The cat has a rusty lock and chain around its neck. Ooh, it's a wind voice. These people are really rare. Winds favor Kalim. I am Hikem. Wind voice student of Rivenleaf University. I'm pursuing a subject of study concerning winds, movement along the old roads. If you've come to my... It have come to my attention that the major roads do in some way, however small, affect the winds themselves. Mostly this is noticeable in thick forests of the deep lands. Also here to a lesser degree, it does carry an impact. I can share my learnings if you offer me something suitable in return.
You stand before a voice.
Bricks of the Messenger. You'll be able to walk slightly faster when traveling on roads. This is the one I was looking for. Oh, they're offering it very cheaply. Just trade this one thing. Sweet. All right, now I can move slightly faster. We'll have to actually learn it first. Learn. Getting so many achievements for doing the like basic gameplay. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, that's a little faster than slightly. I'm like moving at running speed while walking on the path. Missing cat. Make the mystics go away. Please leave any oak nuts close to the Four Winds tree. Vital for research. I think there was... Wait, create wind shelter. No, that wasn't it. Assemble fireplace. Wait, chunk of jade. What was it they needed? The rope, jade, and a cane. And I'm pretty sure the cane that you get is a speed increase cane. What if I just take one of these? $93. Good deal, I guess.
Have a look at my wares, traveler.
Cobalt guys. What is this? Tobacco connoisseur? Nah, man.
Winds and melodies are one and the same.
Winds and melodies are one and the same.
Winds and melodies are one and the same.
Okay, lady. Oh, this is for the robe. I want the walking cane. Chunk of jade, sturdy rope, good quality cane. Oh, journeyman rope maker walking by the exact right time. Sturdy rope. And what can I give you? How about just a whole bunch of garbage? And gonna find a good quality cane.
Hunger and mist is all that awaits you in Casa these days.
Hello.
Polar. Don't have any canes.
Hunger and mist is all that awaits you in Casa these days.
Speaking of Casa, I'm gonna head in that direction. I'm gonna pass over the very scenic bridge. Winds and melodies are one and the same. All right. And one of the secret places has an entrance right here. But I have a feeling I will not be strong enough to open the door. Back in the day, when the world was even smaller than it is right now, you needed a couple people to work together to open the secret door. Perhaps this useless, meaningless item will find new worth once its message is deciphered. But what message? But the message is going to be winds and melodies are one and the same. Sephra sometimes offer words to the Varhim. Their minds were only set only a short time. Their minds were set only on short time goals, a culture devoid of foresight. Interesting. Sometimes the secret, you'll run into students doing Riven Leaf, students doing secret stuff. Marble teacup, nice. God, let me click. Where the secret is? Huh. It's further away.
These supplies, kill him.
Wait, I think there's a secret cave. I could swear this is where Mountain Secret is. Ooh, Haspen Thicket. I think this is one of the secrets, because this isn't written on the map.
If the path is strange, strange kind.
It's no use, traveler. Me and my brother have been hunting in these woods all our lives, and whenever we try to enter, the forest appears to lead us right back where we started. Volatile magic is raging in the Haspin Woods thoroughfare, off limits by order of the acting Arch Council. Linger at own risk. I think this was supposed to be one of the entrances to a future place. But there's usually some, like, excuse why you can't go past it. So apparently it's just magic. Ain't gotta explain shit. I'm too weak. Well, time to cross the bridge. It's a really cool looking spot.
Bum?
Remember there being like a guardhouse out here. Like a guy would sell some rare thing. Yes, over here. I believe I remembered this location. Just about everything I need. Tea time. Oh, look at the train. Train worker's garb. Well, makes you tremendously burdened. But mechanics increase. Guess that's worth holding on to. Especially since there's no other players to assist me with stuff. Gotta do it all myself. almost to casa. Come closer, child, my eyes work no longer. Yet if you bare your soul to me, I can see more than eyes ever could. Sure. Perspective here is crazy. And all of the neighboring zones are not in the game, even though they were planned originally, except the one is the city. The last big place I never got to see. In before the main entrance is still blocked and you can't get in. Which one of these weighs so much? I have a torch. But, what does the other one look like? Oil torch. Okay, they're the same. Ooh, the train's going into the city. This is new. Oh no, is there still a blockade going into the city? No. No one is allowed beyond this point. Traveler access to the city casa is denied. Any and all travelers who cannot produce the official pass from the coroners, please find an alternative route to your destination if you can. But I think this child can get me inside. The Patterfeets play in the tunnels to the east. Let's see if I can make this happen. Tunnels to the east. Wait, I have the garb for such a situation. Small cage. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sit at this fire, and to save time, I'm just gonna look up how to get inside.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so the entire area isn't accessible. There's only a region of it. Okay, there's 3 possible entry points. Hmm. So I have to go to Burnings. Oh man, how far away is Burnings from here? Hmm. Oh my god, it's so far away. Eesh. Hmm. Can teleport back to the Botsaha Islands, then take the boat, Mire, then to Burnings.
still carrying around all this hot food that can like actually kill me. Just eat a bag of flour. Sounds delicious. Like a Project Zomboid type meal. I can take the shortcut to Traveler's Rest. Or Nomad's Rest. Should be right up here, if I remember correctly. Yes, it is right here. Okay, this is going to save me quite a bit of time.
Good day.
So here's where I use magic. Here it comes. Wait, is this not a Nomad's Rest? Supposed to be. Cool. All right, let's go. Ad is going to play 30 seconds. But to save time, because I have to walk all the way to the other side, I'm going to keep playing through the ad. You can always go to the YouTube restream if you really want to see what I'm doing. But instead of taking a break, I'm just going to play the ads and do my long trek to the other side. So see you in 3 minutes. Sorry. Hello, Vague X. You had this game? Nice. Yeah, I spent the whole earlier part of the stream just talking about my experience with the game. I played it mostly 4 or 5 years ago, and I put 180 hours into it, but I've mostly forgotten the majority of how to play it and stuff, but I was going through like a whole brain blast of remembering lore and things earlier in the stream. And it was a lot of fun. Whoop. Everyone's suddenly standing. Whoop. Creepy. Alright, so I need to go to Meyer. Or just Meyer. Yeah, I think it's really cool of the devs to do one last patch in order to allow the game to be played in single player. Like that should just be a like requirement. Games that you have to spend money on, that instead of just unplugging and being like, bye, game can't be played anymore, see ya, losers, that they just modify it so that it's playable offline. And apparently there was a period before yesterday and all the way back to April where you could download your multiplayer character and use them offline, but I was not aware that this was a thing, so I lost my like 180 hour character. I had to make a new one, which isn't that big of a deal because I don't really plan on playing this a whole lot now. But I was just going to give it one last play around, and it's been almost 8 hours of a stream. And yeah, you know, it's very slow, kind of methodical, just a wandering type of game. Not the most exciting stream game, especially when it's super late at night / early morning. Everyone's asleep. But I'm surprised how much I do remember. The last thing I'm trying to do is to visit Casa, which is the city that was promised to us as the first big addition to the game, but they never fully completed it. But they did add the ability to sneak into a section of the city, which I never saw back in the day. So I'm taking the boat all the way over to this place called Burnings, and apparently there's a secret teleportation kind of thing in the basement of a building out in the middle of the woods that'll take me to there. And that's the last thing I'm going to do on stream, is to visit whatever is here of Casa. All right, this goes to Meyer, right? Yeah, my streams are good. Sleep streams, because I'm usually not abruptly screaming about anything. I think I ever get a fan server kind of thing. Well, there are modders doing stuff with the game right now. The devs have said that they will like to support modders. So we'll probably see something. What if, this might break the game, but what if modders made it so that you can play with like 30 people in a server instead of 7? So that way, all the remaining fans of the game could just all play in one server together instead of being divided between a bunch. Man, this game just looks so good. I just love the art style and the music. I think finally the sun's coming up. It looked brighter. Because it's, you know, it's tied to real life time. And for me right now, it's 8 a.m. All right, first time returning to Meyer. Ooh, and we can stop by my favorite paranormal entity. See if he's still there. I think this is also where you learn to fish. Spell merchant. Oh, we already saw those. Because normally I talked about it earlier in the stream, but there's one of my favorite quest lines that involves a bunch of ancient small blue pieces of like pottery that are broken apart at an excavation site, and you can choose whether or not to deliver these mysterious pieces of pottery to authorities or to give them over to a shadowy creature that hides in a cave. And it was, I believe, a part of a storyline that never got never developed, but it was about like bringing back this old creature that was destroyed by destroying like enchanted pottery that brought it to life. So like ancient people broke apart these things and scattered them all over the place, and then now you can collect them back together again to bring this thing back to life, but you don't know what it is, you don't know what its intentions are. I believe one of these people is a part of the quest. Wise destitute wretch. There are rumors of a Sephra and the jade urn that rewards experienced Kelims who, unlike you, repeat that? Choose to leave braided shore birth wounds untreated. This is the battered and bruised quest, where when you start the game, if you choose to not heal your wounds upon arriving, there's a really rare item that you can get for just staying injured throughout the whole game. Are you one of those nomads? I try to learn everything my father knows about tending the lighthouse. You know, that wasn't it. Oh, concerned lighthouse keeper. I think this is the quest guy. Oh, and you can go inside. Well met, stranger. I run this lighthouse and I'm trying to teach my daughter to do the same. In the night, the beacon must never be allowed to fail. Visiting ships. Why does it close itself? Worry that the light has been getting pretty dim lately. I fear cracks in the reflector might be the cause. Most Meyerfolk don't know the old myth of the horror that sleeps in the deepest recesses of the Verve, which is the water. Master Wind Voice Karim and some of his sworn fellows sometimes meet at the tea house to discuss the lore about the Sleeper and the lighthouse. Sleeper is my man. It is imperative that we learn which of the many dark tales connecting the warding light and the threat. We need to learn what tales are in fact true and what precautions should be taken should I fail to keep the lighthouse burning. If you find any evidence to prove or disprove the dark legends of the lighthouse and what they may be lurking below the surface of the Verve, whatever lore you find in the subject, the warding light or the sleeper, please bring it to me. Or I can bring it to the entity itself. Now this is a new location. It was added in the patch, the final patch. Ooh, and fireplaces are apparently a possible site of an event now. Ooh. Free bread. Singing Sephra. Sephra is like a bit of a spirit. There's tons of these mysterious spirits that inhabit all different places and things, and they're kind of like the people dedicate their lives trying to understand their motivations. It was once an Elden la-di-da-di-dum, engines of steam and engines of coal, la-di-da-di-dum, machines in the sky, machines in the sea, yet they could not see. I hate how it closes itself and I can't even finish reading it. Oh, it was just singing. Oh, I can't go to the roof. Well, a lot of these interior spaces were added because they were all works in progress that they never finished, but they're like, might as well just give players everything we were working on. Ooh, this means the sun's rising when this song plays. Remember like so many nights where I'd play this just all night? And this music is a reminder that like, oh my god, the sun's coming up.
What do you need, traveler?
Okay, my spirit friend is the... Yeah, I gotta go to the orchard first, which is south. Wait. Yeah. Oh, big crowd. I think the excavation site is over to the east. Wait. And then I get to pixel hunt some like microscopic clickable areas to collect tiny little shards. Yep. Potter's Trickle. I love the bass lines. The knot is weathered and worn. You can only make out a few syllables of longer words. La li lu lay lo. I did not know there was a Metal Gear reference in this game. Incredible. I'm all jaded up. Okay, where? Oh my god, it's way up in the corner. Oh. All right, here is the excavation site. During the day, you're able to buy these shards from people, but since it's just barely the morning, I'm gonna have to find them myself. Hello, Porcupine Syndrome, welcome. And oh man, these are going to be hard to find. Oh! There's one. Oh, that's not even the right one. Ferrite earrings. Oh, I hope the archaeologists don't have to be here in order for me to actually mine these things. Oh, here's a spot. Yes, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Cobalt glazed tile shards. I don't remember how many I need though. Is the game still active? You bought it a few years back when it was on sale. Have not had a computer to play games on. Get depression. It might not be around by the time I do. So, what happened is yesterday they shut down the multiplayer servers, meaning that you can only play the game in single player now, because the company, the last year or so, couple years, they had to lay off a ton of people and they pretty much discontinued work on the game, which is really disappointing. But they did one final patch to adjust the game to be playable by yourself, so you don't need other players to be able to progress anymore, which, you know, doesn't make it quite as entertaining, but at least it still exists. It's better than them just shutting everything down and saying, oops, you can never play it again. And, you know, there's whole big multi-thousand page wikis out there telling you all the information you would need to know, because I played this back when it released in early access like 6 years ago, and I have 180 hours in it, and I used to play it a lot. But it's been so many years and I haven't played it lately. Yeah, I mean, there was like a communication system, as in like you can do stuff like this and just be like, hello, let's go this way. Pick this up. Person, hello. But there was that, but majority of all the fun that I had was talking to people on the Discord, because we are all new to everything and we're all learning the game together, making discoveries for the first time, and just that whole process of being the first ones to chart out the world and understand how the world works. Like, that was the most fun to me, and it's hard to really relive that since so much is known and documented already. But you can always try playing the game just in a vacuum and not reading any outside sources and trying to learn it yourself, but like, notoriously hard to play without referencing anything else, because the game intentionally doesn't teach you much, doesn't lead you anywhere, and it takes a lot of wandering and talking to NPCs to even have any idea where to go. Man, am I gonna only get one shard? I mean, if I came out here during the day, I'd be able to just buy these shards. Okay, I'm gonna look for... Wait, is that... What's this? My God. Get rid of something. I could sort by weight. I don't need these anymore. And these could actually kill me if I accidentally eat one, so maybe it's better I get rid of them. Okay. And yeah, this is all bound to real life time, synchronized to my real life time. And it's taking a long time for the sun to rise. Like in real life, the sun is plenty up. I can see it. I can see that evil sun peeking in my window, telling me to go to sleep. But and the game even played the sun is rising music. I mean, sometimes you have to, like, maybe reset the game. Okay, why can't I pick up... Oh my God, that is tiny. Tar cube and umber fragment. No, it's not even the right thing. Oh my gosh. You know what, I'm just gonna have to go. I'm just gonna work with one shard and hope that's enough. Yeah, I've been going through a lot of different areas. I mean, that does make the day-night cycle transition, but I feel like it should have done it hours ago. Then from the orchard, I think I had to go to... Oh man, pretty sure my entity friend is in Harrow Ledge. Which one was it? Funny thing is, to get to Casa, I have to go to Burnings. So I'll have to go away from my destination to get closer to it. Oh, great. To save time, I'm just gonna look up which area the guy I'm looking for is in, the sleeper. I thought it was the northeastern corner of the island. Harrow Ledge, okay. Right. So that is kind of the direction I thought I had to go. So, luckily that's pretty whoa, pretty close to here. Why am I so fast? Game of a particular story? Is it just a sandbox world making your own luck in the expanse? Yeah, there's lots of little stories, but there is one dominant story that the game kind of pushes you in the direction of. Wait, can I go inside this? That involves items called Singer Rosaries. And this talks about the kind of inciting incident that caused the primary conflict of the story. And as you read these, you learn about this. Oh god, yeah, earlier in the stream I went through a big brain blast of like lore that came back to mind, and I was like remembering all these elaborate things. So try to simplify it as much as possible. There's these like these spirits that are an important part of about how the whole world works. There's these things called Sephra. They occupy different parts of the land. Like they can occupy a waterfall or an entire continent, like just all different scales, but they're these kind of really moody things with unpredictable personalities, and they're known to be immortal, and all like the humans of this world kind of fear them, but they're trying to understand them. They're just kind of at the whims of them. But so there was this really high level royalty that was meeting inside this some kind of thing, and there was a Sephra there, one of these like immortal god like things, and some high ranking people at this this college of like esoteric arts and people that study mysterious mystical things. They were trying to give an offering as part of a ceremony to this god, but then right when they gave it over, like the thing exploded and it killed this immortal being, which caused everyone to think that all of these mystical people are terrible, and they were killing the unkillable and causing instability, tearing the world apart and all this stuff. But then you start to learn that there was actually like a third party who may have sabotaged the whole interaction between like this god and the offering that was done to it. And as you collect these rosaries, like you find them scattered around, you kind of piece together pieces of the story. Like right now, technically my hint that I haven't really been following is that there's these people called the Night Bathers. The Night Bathers, here we go. Who I'm supposed to seek out. And you talk to them at night, and they all get together and bathe together, and then they tell you more information and they lead you on to the next parts of it. So it's just like there is a big main storyline, but there's lots of smaller ones too. And it's a big deterrent to a lot of people that play the game, but a huge part of the story is all delivered through just like reading stuff and talking to NPCs. So there aren't like big dramatic cut scenes or anything like that. There's just a lot of wandering around, and because it is using real world time, that some characters only show up in the day, some are only at night, and they wander around, and a lot of elements that make you have to search on your own. Because they were originally planning to have like 6 more big installments of content and new worlds and new cities and all of that, so that the whole story was going to be delivered through these giant installments, but they only ever made it past the first big installment and parts of the second one already. So like we only got like 15 to 20% of everything they planned to do with the game before it got canceled. So it sucks. And that's what a lot of people are upset about, because like it was a part of a Kickstarter. So people paid a lot of money up front because it seemed like the game had a lot of promise, which it did for a while, but it just kind of fell through very quickly. Well, I wouldn't say quickly, over the period of like 5 years. The most beautiful games you've ever seen. It really is. I have never seen a game that looks like this. Not exactly like this. Everything's like watercolor, hand painted, meant to look like a storybook come to life. And then my stream hasn't been the best demonstration of how the game looks because I've been playing at night almost entirely, so everything looks very similar. But once the sun is up, everything, the colors pop a lot more. And back in the day, you were able to jump between different regions' servers. So if you couldn't play, or if you were only able to play during like the night in your own time, you could jump to like a time zone server on the other side of the world and you could play during their time. So you could just jump server to server to get different times and different random events and different encounters. So you could get a lot out of a short play session. But now, because it's all single player, you can only do your own time zone. Like maybe you can change your system time or something. I don't know, but modders are working on the game, and I feel like it's inevitable to integrate some easy way to just change the time. Oh, Ring of Knots. Ooh. Gives me spirituality. That is worth a purchase. And they value it pretty low. That's the cool thing about, like, there's no currency in this game. Everything varies person to person, and they value things differently. Like, this is normally pretty expensive somewhere else, but this person sees it around this amount, so I'll offer to trade. Oh, that's quite a bit more. No, I want to save that. Wait. Wish I could sort by perceived value. Yeah, how about the teacup and and still not close enough? Fine, there you go. Now did they not accept it? Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Ring of Knots. Winds scatter seeds. Seeds grow into trees. Trees drop fruit. Fruit feed Askin. Askin is like the ethnic group that the player characters are a part of. Askin pray to winds. Winds scatter seeds. So now I'm carrying this like weird ring thing. It's kind of hard to see right now because it's so dark, but makes me more spiritual. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Because modders, just in general, are capable of some amazing things. And I think a lot of what was holding this game back was the inexperience of the team trying to make this. Because, like, the studio, this is my, like, educated guesses, I don't know this for sure, but, like, the studio is largely just creative-minded people and artists. And there was only a very small team working on the actual, like, infrastructure and multiplayer, and the studio had never done multiplayer before. They had never done an MMO like thing before, and it seemed to slow them down a lot. So hopefully there's some modders out there that can, like, bring the game to its full potential that was never realized. Is this a bandit? Oh no! Oh. I think I can flee. Maybe I shouldn't risk it. Fine. Jerk. I don't have a weapon, so I can't defend myself at all. I've got robbed debuff. Because you never know, because some of those people with the dark clothes, they're not always bandits. On my way to visit my creature of worship, the bringer of end times. Oops. Something from beyond is reaching out through the headstone. Spiritual sensitivity is required to establish contact. I don't think this is the right place. This is one of the places. No, this isn't the main guy. Okay, where's the guy? I think he is... Sleeping Shore? Bear Ridge. I could gamble with some guards. Oh, here it is. Here's my man. Rosebud, okay. All right, Herald of the Sleeper. Herald. You know what? I have exactly what you're looking for, dude. I mean, the Band of the Sleeper. A plain signet ring forged out of some oily, otherworldly metal. Makes me twice as spiritual. By that ring I have gifted you protection for when the time of the sleeper comes. But by all means, trade the ring away if you wish. I'll gift you another one for the trifling price of another shard. For every new ring bearer, I am delighted. A band for each one of our number until counted every light cursed day. Sleeper woken from its slumber. Verve the ruler risen from the waves. Yes. But I'm not going to wear it right now because it makes you move really slow. But this is one of the things I was most disappointed with, is this was developing into being kind of an interesting story, and I think the next expansion to the world that they were going to add would probably have to do with like the revival of this like sleeper entity that rises out of the ocean, and these rings that would protect you against it, or protect you from it. I mean, this place has a whole big cool area in the corner, but it is getting late in the IRL. Well, early. So I want to get over to Burning. Or the Burning, which would get me to Casa. And download some MP3s at Casa. I'm really curious if they ever fixed the exploit where you can there's like a spell that makes you rise up in the air. And if you use that combined with one other thing, it would just like make you dart to the opposite side of the zone really fast. So you can just travel from one end of the world to the other in like 30 seconds. Like of the whole world, not just one zone. It is weird that it's like the sun still isn't rising. You know what? What if... Is it gonna automatically save, I hope? Let's see if I reopen. Oh, it just closes the whole game. What if I just wanted to go back to the main menu, dude? Oh, there was a Mecha Chameleon update. It's just a bunch of bug fixes. Oh, added an Exit 8 themed map to Mecha. Interesting. How are they going to make hiding in a really minimal, just clean, empty Japanese like subway tunnel? How are they going to make that interesting? Wow, Book of Travels takes a long time to start up. There we go. Oh, thank God, it's saved. Now let's see if this catches up the sun. Still dark. What is the deal? Hello, folks. Wait a minute, I think I have to go... Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, during the day, this place is really bright. But I seem to be trapped in perpetual darkness. There is a whole massive underground area here, but I'm gonna go straight for places I haven't been. Stray cat. Okay, there should be... Yes. I'll have to look on the game's Discord to see if anyone else is reporting this issue of the time of day not changing.
Winds and melodies are one and the same.
Greetings, Wayfarer. Do you have anything that could share a little extra warmth among the company? This fine moment, I feel the air has a generous... I feel the air has a generous air. Unintended. Maybe you have a joke or two from your neck of the woods to delight us or blush our cheeks with?
Winds and melodies are one and the same.
Meld? Blend into the bush foliage to disappear from sight. Do they have any need to disappear? Alright, you dudes, are you, scalds? Apparently, y'all hiding a secret in your little house. Have you been sent by my critics to distract me, Nomad? My union representative said the Scald retreat would be empty this week. Does this place look empty to you? Just look at these low-browed, talentless idiots surrounding me. How is a true artist like myself expected to find their god-creator persona in a place like this? Answer me that, will you? Surrounded by a troop of village idiot jesters, and don't get me started on that chicken. Doody-doo-dah. I like how you go inside buildings like this, where it's like you see the exterior and then you go inside and it cuts away. Alright, where's your secret? Oh, is it over here? It's supposed to be. Oh my god, just let me go inside.
Talk.
Glitterfall? What? Can't even tell what this ability is supposed to do. It says, good luck on your poetic endeavors, dear child, as I have failed to dissuade you from endeavoring to learn a proper trade and keep your artistic pursuits as a hobby. Please accept a small piece of your inheritance should your voice fail to grasp your audience at some critical moment. Simply add this piece to your grandparents' magic to your performance.
Speak to me.
My master is music.
Ooh, is this it? Yes. Okay, here we go. going deeper. All right, this is all brand new territory for me. Oh my god, of course an ad is going to play in 2 minutes. Ads ruin everything. So this was going to be the next big city, and they only partially completed it, so they have this kind of trimmed down version of it. I think it's supposed to have its own soundtrack too. Wait, the morning sun has vanquished the night, it just said? Does that mean it's finally going to rise? I don't remember that message being in the game.
Hello?
I think you can only visit this one little piece of the city. It's funny, so like, yeah, when you're outside the city, they're like, oh, we can't let you in because of the incident, and then you sneak into the city, you're like, oh, we can't let you leave because of the incident. Alright, so the ad is gonna play here in like 15 seconds, and then, you know, the usual drill. I normally would take a 3-minute break, but I'm trying to get towards the end of the stream. You can watch my YouTube restream that has no ads if you want to keep watching. Otherwise, everyone else is going to get 3 minutes of ads. Sorry. Oh, this is cool. Hello there, Kalim. I welcome you into my home. Unfortunately, I'm unable to be a good host for you at the moment, friend. I'm preparing to take part in a local Avish Wafka ritual, and I need to locate some appropriate food for it. Have you heard of it? It's a local custom in Casa where people regularly burn the favorite foods of a lost loved one and scatter it into the Casa canals. I've never taken part in it before since I was not born here in Casa, but I decided it was time to join in since I want to bore you with the details. I could use some help, however. You need to locate a Casa sausage. It was his favorite. Can't bear to scour the city looking for one, so could you find one for me? I will reward you for your efforts. Casa sausage. Sasa sausage. Let me also steal from your chest. And it's all garbage. I could swear this... They had a soundtrack to this area. I remember hearing it. Let me look on Google or something real quick. Oh, is it playing now? Checking something. Here is... There's a video that they released 3 years ago talking about the city. Let me show you guys this and see what it looks like during the day. Not this. Here we go. I swear there was like a unique, like upbeat theme. So this is just the art of the city. It doesn't have any of the NPCs in it. Man, like someone hand painted all of this. Ooh, and it has its own lighthouse. That was cool. I guess there wasn't a theme. I could swear that I heard them playing it at some point, but whatever. Just stuck here in perpetual night. Dog. Musty perfume. Smells similar to a wet dog. Ew. I remember this message ended up having some truth to it. I dreamt that somewhere halfway between waking and sleep there stands a mystical tea house wrapped in dream vapors and midnight mist. At least I think it was a dream. I'll commit this memory to this string lest I forget. I remember there being some kind of reference where a dev said like, or there was concept art or something of a dream tea house where like you would drink a certain tea and you would hallucinate being somewhere else. You're all sleeping or lurking. Yeah, it's generally my streams, especially when I'm streaming at these hours. Greetings. Bag size 50? Adds 80 volume? Oh no, it weighs 80. Wait, how does that work? Increases bag size by 50 but weighs 80? It's more space, but... Well, how much does my current bag weigh? 22, pocket volume. Oh, bag size 0. Huh. items used to have their own pockets. Oh my god, you're right. Okay, I totally forgot that was a thing. You'd put things in these individual pockets. Oh. Yeah, I remember managing the inventory was a little rough. Casa City ring. Wait, I think I needed this cane. Hand into the quest. The Casa Special. Closely guarded secret. Hmm. Hmm. Come on, dude. Oh. 18. Hmm. Yeah, this is obnoxious type of inventory management. I don't mind limited inventory sizes if the way in which you interact with them is streamlined and doesn't prevent you from playing the game until you address the issue. Okay, these aren't very heavy things. I think I should just put this... Not enough space. Oh, come on, dude. Just get rid of this. Okay, can you put the offhand lantern in there? Well, when I'm holding the item, it doesn't count towards overall weight, so it's like weightless. The cane took up the same slot as this thing.
Do not force the hand of the warden.
Hold there. I didn't know there were any Kalim in town. Ilmana's bridge is closed on the coroner's orders. Kindly remain in the Old Town Market until further notice. Okay, so what I'll do... Okay, what's my fastest way out of here? Oh, cool map. I gotta get to crossings. Right, it's not just gonna let me leave. But wait, do I have to just go back to Burnings? Whatever it's called. It's so far away. Good morning, Lugnato. Hi. Look, a big adult coming down here from the hideout. Have you ever bug battled before? It's simple. You go and catch a bug, bring it here, and match it against one of ours. They're playing Pokemon IRL. Here, you can borrow my net. Just hold it in your hand and use it on a bug nest. Talk to Koos if you need help finding the crawlies worth battling. Wait, they gave me an actual net? Huh. To use it on a tree. I don't remember there being a bug battling system. Worm Lord. Roar. I can make an offering to the Worm Lord that looks like a cat. I mean, I remember hearing about these like groups of children that play weird games, but I didn't know if it was only added to Casa or if it was like a if it was like a new type of NPC group that could appear anywhere else. Oh, you've met Wormlord. I love that little scamp, always digging in the dirt for his favorite treat. He may be dirty, but he's got fur that's softer than Casa silk. Give him a pet for me next time you see him. No. I was hoping there'd be like some kind of secret exit or something. Oh, I guess I'll just drink this random water. Like, it keeps feeling like it's getting lighter out, and then it never, like, continues.
Greetings.
Oh, is a cistern used for drinking water? Guess I've never actually looked up the definition of that word. Worm vendor. Well, now I don't remember where my tunnel that led me into here is.
Welcome to you, Wanderer.
The mark of Rivenleaf.
Welcome to you, Wanderer.
They give me that letter?
Welcome to you, Wanderer.
Oh. Huh. That's cool. Well, the guy is like, I'm not going to question how you got into the city, but he's a postmaster, post office worker, and he's like, we need to deliver this letter, and if you happen to make it out of the city, you should deliver it. And it's to the School of Mystic Arts, Rivenleaf. But then, like, who would I be giving this to? Because we can't even access that place. Afan, head apprentice to Wind Voice Kareem. West Wind Shores. Oh, that's a place I forgot to visit. It's way too far away, though. It's like literally the opposite side of the world. Like, I'm in the bottom southeast corner, and West Wind Shores is the complete opposite northwest. The place is cool, though. It's like way up in the mountains. And it has all this like wind experimentation equipment, all these like interestingly shaped weather vanes, and you can see like the wind blowing between them. And that's also where like the Ketim are, these like huge wooden creatures, like kind of like Ents, and you can fight them. And I remember, you know, back when this was multiplayer, we get like 4 people to fight this thing together, and it was crazy trying to tackle a big thing like that when everyone is really low leveled. There's also the Maisu, which are like screaming demon creatures that are invisible. And the only way to know if one's nearby is you can hear them making little like giggling sounds, but usually it's too late. And if they just like land one hit on you, you're usually dead.
Do not force the hand of the warden.
Can't let you into the residential district. Remember golem looking things? I don't remember like stone things, but there are definitely big wooden creatures.
Yes.
Maybe the thing in the sewers got them?
Trust the warden's union, Callum. This place is under the protection of the warden's union.
Have you spotted the Patterfoots lately? Yes, they're in the cistern. Go arrest them now. Man, the environment art here sure looks cool. I think this is where I turned up. I was like underground. Well, oh, is it this place? I think it was. No, this is just this dude's apartment. Those lights are on now. Different. Marcos wants me to give him a sausage. Ugh. Bro, just let me out of the city, dude. Oh my god. I don't know. I'm over 9 hours now. I feel like I should probably be normal. By normal, I mean sleep at 9 a.m. Because a place where I want to go is like to complete the quest. But that is going to require a lot more running. I don't really feel like running all the way back, so I'm thinking I'm going to go. I mean, it's getting lighter out. I wonder if this time is US Pacific time. Because it would be like 7 in the morning instead of my central time, which it's 9:37. Oh, is this how I got here? No, this is the cistern again. God damn it. "7 p.m. where you are. You're living in the future." Or am I living in the past? That's the real question. I think I'll just have my character fall asleep right here in the middle of the city. Will perpetually waiting for the rest of her life. Maybe someday Casa will open up like was planned long ago, and I'll wait here for that moment.
Someday it'll all be back to normal. Smoke looks cool. All right. You can't go back to the main menu. It just quits the entire game. Cool. Oy. Well, that was probably the last I'll see of Book of Travels, unless modders do some crazy stuff with the game. And then for those of you that missed the whole beginning of the stream, I talked in a lot of depth about all of the good memories I had in the really early days of the game when we were all talking together on Discord, on the main the developers Discord. It was a jolly old time. I was looking at the Steam charts. Apparently the all-time peak player capacity, or whatever, peak amount of players all at once, was 1,034. Which for a little game like this, 1,000 concurrent players is pretty high. But in the last year, the highest player count was 35, which is still impressive for a game that was announced to be discontinued. But in the last 48 hours, there were 7 players, there was 10, 16. I'm surprised there's like really anyone still playing. All right, gonna find someone to host. Raid, I mean.
Fucking 2 times.
That was Poke. Someone gifted me a sub to a channel that I wasn't even watching, and while I was streaming. Interesting. I'm just constantly getting random subs because I watch a lot of small channels, and if when people gift subs, if there's like no other place, no one else for the sub to go to, it just like picks someone that watched at some point. You can turn it off in Twitch. Oh, I mean, I don't mind getting random subs of channels. Ding. Oh my god, that Rev horse emote. Wow. Okay, anyway. Let's see if anyone else is streaming this game, first of all, which I highly doubt. No. Boom, 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 boom.
I'm gonna raid someone that I have never raided before, but I watch her stream every once in a while.
So, welcome everyone. Forgot to introduce myself. Welcome, I am Michael. I'm an Elvish VTuber, and I made everything on the channel myself.
The thing that's interesting about her stream is that she speaks as if she's in 1.5 times speed, but that's just her normal like speaking patterns.
They're awesome. Stream DVD.
But she has really cool like low poly VTuber rig and plays a bunch of horror games and makes like cool scenes in Blender with her character and
Max as well, hi. It's very nice to meet you.
all kinds of stuff.
Please go check backside as well.
Not really sure what she's doing.
Actually kind of looks cool.
I'm just looking at trailers for games.
Sad that it's DVD. No offense again. I have my gripes with DVD, the game, and the community. But a friend is a friend. DVD new killer. There it is. Yeah, this is actually kind of cool. This also have a video about it.
Now I'm just watching her stream.
I always watch HOTS. Even if it's not on stream. No, it's not.
Hello people, Judgelet here, and I'm
It's a
casting
little
my
too mean
judgment on
expansion. That's
everyone,
kind of sick,
including
bro.
you, dear viewer. Anyway, less of the
Look on
chit-chat,
Crossfire
I'm
as
playing
well.
Galadriel from the Fellowship of the Ring. In that
Wait, now I'm watching her watching a video.
Just looking.
Oh, and then someone just raided. Okay.
That's all, Miss Chai. I appreciate you, and Vax as well. If you guys need to raid on, please do. I know it's very, very late.
Okay. I don't know. As usual, I think whatever the next thing I stream, I'll just be doing weird itch games again, maybe returning to form. All right, I'll get the raid going. I believe her name is pronounced Lekaya. But she has a really cool VTuber rig. You should check it out. All right. Initiated raid. Thank you all for watching. It was a really long, just kind of trip down memory lane. It means a lot to me, just because it's like revisiting old memories, and I was in weird place in my life while playing the game, so there's like memories not really related to the game that like makes me sentimental over, but like I was saying earlier, it's kind of like associations where it's like if a song suddenly plays in your computer or whatever on the radio and you're like, oh my god, the song played when I was I don't know, going on this road trip, and it was like the most amazing trip I'd ever gone on. I have all these other memories. So it's just kind of a similar feeling with playing certain video games. But all right. Oh yeah, and I have a Discord. If anyone wants to discuss interesting, weird stuff in video games and all such matters, and my streams all go up on YouTube right away after the stream. All right, have a good night, everyone. Enjoy Lekaya. So long.